All right, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome you to our Planning and Works Committee meeting on April 4th, 2023. I will now call on the committee clerk to conduct the roll call.
Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Deutschman. Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Chair James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
And Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, I will read our territorial acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that the land in which we gather virtually and in person today is on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to this community globally. I would like to call a motion to reconvene into open session. Okay, I need a mover. Councillor Foxton, thank you. Councillor Wolf will second. All right, so we'll now open the vote on e-scribe. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? I have a declaration on subject matter, the Entrepreneurial Grants 2023, report number PDL ECD 23-006. My husband is a member of one of the boards that is requesting funds. Any other declarations? And when that comes up, I will leave the seat and Councillor Craig will take over. Okay, presentations. We do not have any presentations. We do. No, not okay. Okay, so we will move on to delegations, and we do have a couple of delegations. Are we doing this step? Okay. All right. So we do have a number of delegations, but before we proceed, I'd like to call upon Rod Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legislative Services, to introduce a staff presentation on corporate GHG emissions inventory for the region of Waterloo, agenda item 8.3.1. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair James. So since the election in the subsequent several months, councillors have been asking about the nature of our climate change, climate action strategies. And so this is our first opportunity to bring council up to date on where we are. I would say that strategic work on climate related policies and actions, investments have been underway for a number of years. This was a high priority for the previous council. We know that this council is very interested in the community as a whole. Today we have got a couple of reports, a couple of presentations that address the question of our community's commitment and strategy for moving forward on climate action. And Danielle DeFields and Megan Eastwood from our community planning division will give the first report, and then I think we'll have one from Transform WR, which is our community-wide partnership on climate action.
All right, thank you, Rod. Good afternoon, members of Planning and Works Committee. Our presentation will provide a high-level overview of the drivers for climate action at the regional scale, and will explain how community and corporate programs and initiatives work together. To provide context for the presentation that our partners from Climate Action WR will be delivering shortly. We'll also focus on the corporate greenhouse gas inventory results, and we'll provide an update on a couple of corporate climate action initiatives. Next slide. Our work is set within the context of international, federal, and provincial climate policies and initiatives. Locally, our work is rooted in the projected climate trends that the region is anticipated to experience over the next several decades. These include an increase in extreme heat days, an increase in precipitation, with more precipitation falling as rain rather than snow in the winter months, and an increase in frequent, intense storm events. These climate trends may pose a risk to our health, our infrastructure, and our economy. Next slide. Our approach to climate action is collaborative. Thank you. I'll continue as we advance the slides here. Our approach to climate action is collaborative, and we're fortunate to have a strong network of partners who are working together. We're an active member of Climate Action WR, a partnership led by REAP Green Solutions and Sustainable Waterloo Region, and which includes all of our area municipalities. In 2019, members of this partnership jointly secured municipal council declarations of a climate emergency. And in 2021, local and regional councils endorsed Transform WR, our community climate action strategy, and made a commitment to a 50% greenhouse gas emissions reduction target below 2010 levels by 2030, and 80% reduction by 2050. We also work with Climate Action WR to complete a community greenhouse gas inventory, which complements our own corporate inventory. Next slide. A few of the regional plans and initiatives that guide our climate response include Regional Official Plan Amendment 6, a Community Climate Adaptation Plan, and a Corporate Energy Plan. We've also led the development of a Community Energy Investment Strategy, and we're developing an Integrated Mobility Plan and a Corporate Infrastructure Climate Adaptation Plan. There's also significant achievements made through initiatives such as our ION transit system and associated intensification along the corridor, the completion of biogas cogeneration facilities and the ongoing diversion of wastewater biosolids from our landfills, LED streetlight conversions, new affordable housing constructed to net zero carbon standards, and the completion of a climate change health and vulnerability assessment. As we move forward over the next years, we'll focus on bringing together all this information together to develop a carbon budget and a corporate climate transition strategy. I'll now turn it over to Megan, who will speak to these initiatives in more detail.
Good afternoon. With respect to priorities for 2023, we will continue to build capacity, leverage staff expertise, and coordinate our efforts. To facilitate this, we've established a climate and energy governance structure comprised of staff from across the organization. We will develop a corporate carbon budget, which is a tool that defines the equitable portion of global greenhouse gases the corporation may generate while transitioning off fossil fuels. This carbon accounting framework will help to integrate emissions reductions targets into management processes and financial budgeting by outlining the carbon spending allowed over periods of time or within each year. This means that during future budgeting processes, we can plan and monitor how investments and decisions are contributing to our emissions reductions goals. We are also developing a corporate climate transition strategy that will complement and align with Transform WR and the Community Climate Adaptation Plan. To guide the development of the corporate strategy, we've identified 6 preliminary outcomes that we will aim to achieve by 2050. Those shown in green pertain to climate change mitigation, while those in blue relate directly to adaptation. First, fossil fuel use will be eliminated in all corporate operations and services. Local energy generation, storage, and use will be optimized. The community modal shift to active transportation will be enabled by an efficient transportation network, a robust public transit system, and a compact built form. Methane emissions will be reduced to the greatest extent possible. Our essential programs and services will be resilient to a changing climate, and the risk to infrastructure will be reduced through effective asset management. So next, we will begin to identify and prioritize implementation of the specific actions required to achieve these outcomes. Climate implications information will also be provided in the near term to support council decision-making and will inform the foundation for the corporate strategy and carbon budget. So before we turn to our emissions inventory results, I'd like to bring attention to the region's sphere of influence on corporate and community emissions. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities estimates that between 45% and 60% of national GHG emissions in Canada are under the direct or indirect influence of municipal governments. The region can directly influence emissions associated with public transportation, for example, and we have indirect influence over areas such as personal and freight transportation. So we have an essential and impactful role to play in encouraging a low-carbon future. Before we turn to our emissions, the region's corporate greenhouse gas inventory is undertaken annually and is a measure of emissions that the region directly influences. In 2021, the region's corporate operations generated approximately 101,000 tons of emissions, which is 34% lower than the 2009 baseline year. This graph illustrates the major sources of corporate emissions over time. The horizontal axis shows the inventory year, and the vertical axis shows the tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. And I do apologize, this was intended to be animated, and I think we're seeing a non-animated version, which appears a little bit messy. So we can examine each source of emissions in more detail, starting with wastewater biosolids. By diverting biosolids from the landfill, Water Services has reduced emissions associated with wastewater by 94%. Staff travel, a very small portion of our corporate emissions, decreased significantly by 78%, influenced heavily by COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. The corporate and Grand River Transit fleets are the largest source of energy-related emissions, and for this reason, we are pursuing opportunities to convert to zero-emissions vehicles over the next several years. With respect to solid waste, landfills are the largest source of methane emissions, most of which are produced by older organic waste that continues to decay. While the region has leading-edge landfill gas collection system, 20 to 30% of landfill gas cannot be collected. So it will be essential to continue to divert organic waste from our landfills to prevent a further increase in emissions. Natural gas emissions associated with heating and cooling have remained relatively consistent, and electricity emissions have declined by 76%, due in large part to energy efficiency measures implemented by staff, as well as the decommissioning of Ontario's coal-fired power plants in 2015. So overall, we have made significant progress, and we need continued efforts in order to maintain this momentum.
The corporate and community greenhouse gas emissions inventory results indicate that continued strong leadership and bold action are needed to foster transformational change across our community. To demonstrate this leadership, we will continue to work with our partners to implement Transform WR. We will continue to develop tools and strategies that enable us to integrate climate change considerations into all regional decisions. Specifically, the corporate carbon budget and the corporate climate transition strategy will define corporate goals and translate them into concrete day-to-day activities so that each decision that we make will help to build resilient, low-carbon, thriving communities. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for staff? I do have one, and it is related to there was a report done by House Fresh on the quality of air back in February 2023, where it had Kitchener as the worst air quality among 16 Canadian cities. Can you speak to the validity of that and you know, what that is factoring in terms of our greenhouse gas emissions?
Thank you, Councillor James, for that question. So we are aware of that study, and we do know through the completion of Public Health's recent climate change and health vulnerability assessment, which was released last year, that climate change is correlated with a decrease in air quality. So we do know that climate change worsens air quality, and that's specifically related to warmer temperatures combined with smog from vehicles. Those combine to produce very poor air quality conditions. So that is something that Public Health is watching closely. They have expressed a need for further research and more intensive monitoring to really direct specific adaptation measures. But that is indeed something that we are aware of and that Public Health is watching closely.
Thank you. Okay, no further questions. Okay, so we do have a number of delegations, and we'll proceed with our first delegation as listed on the agenda. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation for those who are joining us in person. Please proceed to the podium when you are called. For those who are joining electronically, please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. We also ask that you leave the meeting once your issue has been addressed. You are more than welcome to watch the remainder or stay in council chambers. You will have 5 minutes. Delegations who registered after the deadline have 3 minutes. In terms of conducting yourself, if there are any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting. So interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors or staff or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and any hate speech or defamatory comments. And one last reminder for delegations, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to reflect and listen on your opinions and thoughts shared with us from community. So with that, I will begin with Kira Chisholm, Plan Manager, Climate Action Waterloo Region. You are here, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Kira Chisholm, and Plan Manager and presenting on behalf of Climate Action Waterloo Region. Joining me today is also Tova Davidson and Mary Jane Patterson, who are the executive directors of our co-leading organizations. Is this working? Sorry. There we go. Okay. A little bit about us before we get started. So Climate Action Waterloo Region is a collaboration between local organizations, municipalities, and community members focused on climate change mitigation. It is co-led by both Reap Green Solutions and Sustainable Waterloo Region as a collaborative partnership that is funded by the region and the 3 cities and working collaboratively with all 8 municipalities. At a high level, we coordinate the actions on our community climate action plans, measure and monitor progress towards our greenhouse gas targets, and engage the community on climate action initiatives. All right. So what brings us here today? So back in 2013, we had the first community greenhouse gas inventory completed, and emissions came from 5 sectors. So that's transportation, workplaces, homes, waste, and agriculture. This led to Waterloo Region's first climate action plan to achieve a 6% emissions reduction target between 2013 and 2020. That's approximately an 842,000 ton reduction over 7 years. So we are here today to sort of close the chapter on our first community climate action plan and report progress since we were last here in 2017. All right, so how have we done? So in 2017, we released the first iteration of our Progress Our Path using 2015 data, and we reported a 5.2% emissions reduction below 2010 levels. And we saw an increase in transportation emissions to 49% and decreases in both homes and workplaces. These changes were largely attributed to the closure of provincial coal power plants, an increase of single-use vehicle occupancy, increasing our transportation emissions, and reduced consumption and increased efficiency that led to a reduced overall emissions in homes and workplaces. So, due to the abnormal circumstances of in 2020 and the drastic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on our community. We conducted an inventory of over 2 years, so 2020 to account for the end of the 6% target, and 2019 to look at a year that would most closely resemble business as usual. This full report is attached to the staff report in our presentation today. So in 2019, we see that we maintained some of the emissions reductions from 2010 at 3.7%, though that is a slight increase from the 5.2% reduction in 2015. In 2020, we see a decrease of 14.4%, more than doubling the emissions reduction target of 6%. 2019 shows us that without the drastic impacts of the pandemic, we would not have been likely to achieve our 6% target for 2020. So looking at this in a little more detail, we continue to see that transportation of goods and people is the highest emitting sector, followed by workplaces and then homes third. And while we did experience an upward trajectory of emissions since 2015, we're encouraged to see that our community's emissions are not growing at the same rate as the growth of population in the region. So that is demonstrated through our per capita emissions. In 2010, the rate of emissions averaged per person across the region was 8.4 tons. In 2015, it was reduced to 7.5, and despite the increase from 2015 to 2019, the rate is at 7.1 tons averaged per person. So we still have far to go, but that is a positive outcome. All right, so a few key takeaways from the report. Since 2010, transportation emissions remain the largest contributor of emissions and continue to increase despite gains in fuel efficiency. So it's essential that we change the way we move both goods and people within the region. Energy efficiency and fuel switching and local energy generation provide a significant opportunity for transformational change across all sectors. And finally, there have been many promising initiatives that we are only beginning to see the greenhouse gas reduction benefits of. We are encouraged by all of the stories that are highlighted throughout the full report and the many more that we were not able to capture in this report today. All right, so where do we go from here? We came to you in June 2021 with Transform WR. All 8 municipalities endorsed this strategy, our community's long-term strategy to reduce emissions 80% by the year 2050, and outlines actions to reduce emissions 50% by the year 2030. The results of our re-inventory today underscore the importance of transformative climate action in this strategy and strong collaboration to significantly reduce emissions. Each municipality has an important role to play.
Just to interrupt you, I'm going to let you finish. I know this is your last slide, but just another 30 seconds, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Each municipality has an important role to play and leads many of the actions in Transform WR. In addition, our work continues to be raising awareness that this is everyone's strategy across our community and everyone has a role to play in taking strong climate action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none. Okay, thank you so much and for the work you continue to do. Okay, so we are on to our next delegation. Okay. So I would like to call up agenda item 8.3.2, community greenhouse gas emissions inventory. Are there any questions of staff regarding this report? Okay, no, seeing none. All right. No, that's received for information, so we're not voting on anything. Okay. All right, next, we'll proceed with the next delegation. Isaac Ransom, Head of Corporate Affairs, Neuron Mobility. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Good afternoon. Isaac Ransom, Neuromobility. Really excited to be here today to talk about the shared micromobility program that is coming to the region in the coming weeks. So first, I'd like to share a little bit about us. We have been around council for a while now talking about the program, but it's now actually a reality, and so would just like to kind of refresh who we are. We are a micromobility company. We are the fastest growing in Canada. We operate over 4,000 devices in Canada alone, and over 14,000 across our markets in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the UK. We predominantly focus on e-scooters, but we also operate e-bikes, which will also be coming to the region of Waterloo. And our focus is always to work closely with our municipal partners. This is a quick snapshot of our history, our brief history here in Canada. Since launching 2 years ago, we've grown substantially over this time, and we're really excited about the prospect of bringing our e-scooters and e-bikes to Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge. Since launching here in Canada, our riders have traveled close to 3.5 million kilometers, which has had a real positive economic impact on a lot of communities, as well as helping to reduce greenhouse emissions or CO2 emissions, and we see a heavy reduction in vehicle use. Most riders are replacing, or almost half of riders are replacing a car trip, which is an Uber, taxi, or use of a vehicle. As stated, our program is not just about getting people on bikes and e-bikes and e-scooters. It's also about contributing to the local economy. We work very closely with our chamber partners and local business associations in the communities that we're in, and we see an average spend per e-scooter of over $11,300. So what this means for a lot of larger communities, for example, in the city of Calgary, this had a direct local economic impact of $13 million last year in that city alone. So I'll talk a little bit about the program here in Waterloo and what we're offering the city, and certainly happy to answer questions afterwards. There's only a few minutes today to chat about this. But generally, riders can expect to have very affordable rides here in the city. It's $1.15 to unlock, or 35 cents a minute, and 35 cents a minute to get your trip started if you're on a pay-as-you-go. This is a slight typo on our end, but a 3-day pass is $25, not $24. A weekly pass is $33, and a monthly pass is $89. And this provides riders with unlimited riding up to 90 minutes a day. We offer a number of accessibility passes, so for those that maybe have economic hardship, these passes would be discounted by 50%. We lead the way in innovation across Canada. We've brought a lot of market firsts to Canada, and we're really happy to be able to bring these to Waterloo. Of note is our precision geofencing, which is accurate to within 10 centimeters with an almost instantaneous response time, and we'll chat about that a little bit more in the presentation. In addition, we have a lot of great features that include topple detection, rider assist to ensure speed is controlled going down hills, and voice guidance where the scooter talks to you as you're riding. So these are the vehicles that we're bringing to Waterloo. This is our N3 model. It's found in most major cities in our fleet or in our markets, and this is the main device in our fleet today. There's a number of safety features on here that include the voice guidance, always-on lights, large rubber wheels, wide riding deck, voice guidance, geofencing precision, and our industry-first audio vehicle alerting sound, which provides a noise emittance to alert those with vision impairment that an e-scooter is approaching. Waterloo will also be getting a complement of e-bikes. This is our EB1, which is a standard pedal assist bike and has many of the same features as the e-scooter. As riders get going here in Waterloo, this is what they can expect when riding, and we're happy to share some of these in your materials that are provided today, so you can take a closer look at these, but it takes you through the rider experience of onboarding, where we try to educate riders as early as possible, so there's safety videos, intuitive testing and education programs and directions on how to ride, and then an interactive map on how to find an e-scooter in your city. While renting, we also do everything in our power to ensure that riders wear helmets. The app is has a feature in it which encourages riders to take a helmet selfie, which will lead to an automatic discount off their ride. All of our e-scooters are provided with a helmet, and riders are constantly reminded through the communications in the app that they should be wearing a helmet. When ending a trip, we have parking enforcement that's built into the app. There is a restricted parking model that we're working off of here in the city, which will mean that riders have to park e-scooters in designated areas that are precision geofenced, and then verify that with a photo at the end of their trip. And this is just a little workflow of how that looks when a rider goes to end their ride. And certainly it'll be a lot more intuitive once we get you on an e-scooter.
Isaac, I'm just going to interject here. You're
Yeah.
at your 5 minutes. So if
Okay.
you just last 30 seconds to sum up
Sure.
your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So where I can end today is we will be able to talk a little bit more about this, but there is a framework for rider rules and enforcement. And certainly we are pleased to bring our geofencing for sidewalks here to the region of Waterloo, and happy to answer any more questions about that. I know there's a lot of interest in that feature on our e-scooters. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think this is exciting. We have a few councillors who have some questions.
I'm sure they do.
Isaac, so I will go down the list, starting with Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
No worries.
And very much looking forward to this. I know I've used them in Iceland and the UK, and they're great to have scooters to get around. I was wondering, when you speak about the region, are you also including townships in that, or are you looking at the 3 city centres first off?
At this time, it's just the 3 city centers, as I understand the current contract, but we're always open to looking at new opportunities, and I suspect, I don't want to speak for the region, but I suspect those will be conversations that we'd be happy to have.
Great. And if I could just have one other question. Just wondering, if people don't follow the parking, how do you impose that, obviously? I get you were starting to talk into that.
Sure, yeah. It is a sensitive issue for sure. What I think a good place to start is when the program starts, I think you can expect that there will be a bit of a learning curve in the first week or two, but we have an education program that's in place. So what will happen is that riders will be alerted through a number of different ways on how to park properly. So the scooter does tell you if you're not parking properly. It actually speaks to you. It's got a voice guidance on it. So when you're riding, it tells you when you're going in slow parking areas. When you're entering into an area you shouldn't be riding or parking, it will tell you. Similarly, in the app, it's going to remind you as well. And you can see, it's hard to explain today, but when you do have the app open, it will show where you are, like a little blue dot, and how close your device is to the appropriate parking area where you need to end your trip. If you fail to end your trip in that area, you'll be continuing to charge for your ride until you end the trip properly. And right now, we're just determining what the length of time will be until that ride expires. There's issues with leaving e-scooters on, obviously. So riders can expect a financial penalty if they're repeat offenders in that regard. And there's an enforcement framework that we have, which is included in the deck that was circulated with today's council, that talks about, education first. But obviously, if you're doing this frequently, you can expect to be permanently or temporarily kicked off the app. Yep, no worries.
Okay, Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, James. So I personally am not a fan of e-scooters. I'm a big fan of e-bikes. You keep stats. Do you keep stats on accidents?
We do. Our incident rate is quite low. Generally, for it varies by operator. What I can tell you about Neuron is that our incident rate is less than 2 visits for medical assistance per 100,000 kilometers. So we have a very good safety record. Our e-scooter is designed specifically around being built for cities. So unlike other e-scooters, we have safety front of mind when we are constructing and building the device. It's not for commercial use. And so there's a number of features that are built in which ensure rider safety. So the voice guidance, for example, the noise emittance from the scooter to alert people that it's approaching, the helmet lock, which is on the e-scooter. So everybody has access to a helmet, whether you wear ours or your own, you have access to a helmet. In addition to that, there's a number of education modules built into the app, which help with ensuring riders understand the rules and where they should be going on the road. The precision geofencing that's also built in helps reduce incident rates because it controls where the e-scooters are going. And as I said, the precision of that and the timing prevents things like sidewalk riding or going on to shared use paths where it shouldn't be, or lowering the speed at certain times of the day or certain areas of the cities to ensure that everybody's safe. So we're pretty proud of our record here in Canada. We've had a fair degree of success with these programs and educating and ensuring that riders remain safe.
Do the helmet, is it required to be used before the vehicle will be operational, for example? You say it's locked or in there. Is it set up that before you can use your scooter, you have to take that helmet off, put it on your head?
That's ideally what should happen. Typically what happens is that in areas where we enforce helmet use, riders are highly encouraged to wear ours, but some will bring their own, so they will have that option to put the helmet back in the clip. There is a verification system with the selfie, which is through the workflow. And then in terms of, having a helmet or having somebody wear it the whole ride, that's really up to the rider at that point to comply with the local bylaws. Unfortunately, we can't do much more than have the scooter tell them to wear it, the app tell them to put it on, incentivize it, and provide one for them. As much as we'd like to be next, to the scooters, we can't do that at all times. Our safety ambassadors are out and about doing educational activities as well to remind riders of the rules, but that's as far as we can really take it. The rest is really in the rider's hands to use the helmet that's provided. Or their.
Just one last thing. As you know, Paris just banned or had a vote to ban scooters. I'm sure you're well aware of that. Yep. And I will want to hear from staff about comments they may have picked up from other communities where you're currently located. But I'm really concerned about the dumping of the bikes. So maybe you could comment on the Paris ban, because it seemed to be the dumping was a big issue, and how you address dumping.
Yeah, that's not an issue that we occur here. One of the ways that this program is really well structured is around the permitting. So I can't speak to the specifics of what the conversations may have been between the city and the operators there. We don't operate in Paris. But what I can tell you about is operations that we conduct in many world-class cities like Calgary, Ottawa, Melbourne, Australia, Auckland, places like that. And what I can tell you is with our precision geofencing, it forces the rider to park those in a specific area. And in addition to that, we have something called topple detection, which is built into the e-scooter. And because we construct our own e-scooters and we manage our own e-scooter program, when an e-scooter tips over, it sends an alert to our operations team to let us know that an e-scooter has been tipped over or parked improperly, and then we can go out and fix that issue. And then we can either discipline the rider in a way of warning or a fine for misparking, or we can go out and fix it if it just happens to topple over due to severe weather, that sort of thing. And so that's how we prevent that sort of dumping of scooters that you hear about in other cities. It doesn't occur in a restricted model program where the geofencing is precise to where they need to be left. Paris has had a free-floating model. They also had a very huge fleet of e-scooters, over 10,000. That's a hefty number of scooters for a city. To give you an idea of the most scooters in a city right now in Canada, that's capped at 1,500. So you're not going to see the same sort of activity in Paris that you would in a city here. And also we tend to look at our data and see where rides are being started and completed the most. And so the data is going to indicate where we want to cluster or put scooters in what's known as a furniture zone to ensure that they're parked properly. So we're trying to meet the needs of residents. There are other complex urban issues in Paris that are much different than many Canadian cities, which are designed on different modern planning approaches and the way that public transit is also operated compared to there. So I think there's a number of stark differences, but at a high level, I would say the geofencing is the primary difference here, and what we're trying to do is ensure that people understand that technology and that it works.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Councillor Huniak.
Thank you, Chair James. Are there age specifications with regard to the scooter activity and the bike activity? I mean, would it be possible for a high school student to use this as a source of mobility? Oh, and are we opening ourselves up to dangers of younger children potentially using them when they're not?
Yeah, typically Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Sorry.
Apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
No, that was the end.
Okay. Through you, Chair. We see a fairly high compliance of the riding age. Most parents know that they don't want to have a child riding an e-scooter. Currently, the age is 16 with parental permission, and then 18 is the age to ride an e-scooter here in the region. What we generally see is in the terms and conditions, it's noted, in the riding rules, it's noted. And we also have our safety ambassadors and our safety events that go on in cities which help educate riders. It's very difficult to police age, particularly when you have a variety of different factors which could lead to somebody younger than 16 riding an e-scooter. But generally we see compliance, and we do see high school students that are of age using it as a mode of transit in other major urban environments. It's affordable, it gets you to where you need to go on time, and we're always happy to work with our partners in school boards and districts to work on those programs, and we take reporting of underage use very seriously.
So 16 to 18-year-old need guardian permission.
Yep.
So how is that permission granted or not?
In many ways, it is an honor system, but we tend to find that most parents, they're giving their kid their credit card to sign up, is generally the feedback that we get through our research. And so, that's a huge barrier to a lot of younger children, is not necessarily having a credit card. And if they are nicking a credit card from their parents, then that's a different issue as well, right?
So essentially, if you don't have a credit card, then you can't use them.
You can use a debit credit card as well.
Okay.
And there's a different credit wallet in the app as well. So there's various ways of payment, Apple Pay, that kind of thing as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm very excited that you're coming to the region, but I'm just trying to get my head around it. My husband was very excited, and he thought, I'll rent one for a month and drive it to work. But so we live in Cambridge. He works at the airport. Is that possible?
Through you, Chair. Councillor, it is possible to get a monthly pass, so
Right.
you wouldn't take the scooter home, you'd just be able to access one wherever it's available. I can't speak to the specific of the riding area if the airport is included in it right now. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can circle back with you certainly and provide you with that information. But you could, in theory, yes, use it every day to travel to work. We see many riders in our cities do that as a primary mode of transit. In Calgary, we have such a committed rider base that we operate through the winter there. And so our fleet of e-scooters operates through the thick of winter, and we have people commuting to and from work every day on our e-scooter fleet in that city. So it's a perfectly viable mode of transportation, and demand exists in all seasons, we find. And so we'd certainly encourage people to take advantage of that monthly pass. It really works out to, a couple bucks a day to use that pass at $89. It's very good value.
Okay. But you do have to go from one of your parking spots to another parking spot.
Yeah. We try to optimize all the parking spots to be within close proximity to major, like an airport, for example, or a transit hub. You're going to find parking spots all around them. You're not going to be short of finding a spot if we do want to operate in that area. But I'll circle back to you on the airport. I don't know off the top of my head if we've figured that one out yet for the city, but we can let you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. Thank you for the presentation. I had two questions. You've already partially answered the first one, which is that these are not seasonal and you could actually run them throughout the winter. So I guess my question on that issue would be, what would be the limiting factor? I mean, is it the clearance of the sidewalks? Is it the temperature? And I'll ask my second question just for brevity.
Sure.
Where does liability lie? It's nice to see that you make all these precautions for safety, but if something untoward does happen, with whom does the liability lie? Is it with you? Is it with the individual? Is it with the region or the city?
I'll answer that question first, and then I'll circle back to the weather question, because this one's probably going to require maybe a few follow-ups there. But generally, on liability, it depends. It really depends on the situation. So, for example, if our technology fails, which I'm not aware of that happening, but we have a process to audit the devices if there is a technological failure that leads to an incident. obviously we would have to resolve that issue, through our insurance. There is a degree of rider error as well. They agree to terms and conditions. So, for example, if a rider decides to not adhere to the rules, for example, having two people on an e-scooter and they end up, having an incident during their ride, they would be at fault for that. And there is a degree of insurance, but if you don't abide by the rules, then it's very much like driving a motor vehicle where if you, void the terms of your insurance, you're not going to have coverage. And so that's where that ends. And then certainly with the municipality, I can't speak to, there is a degree of indemnity, I believe, built into it, but it might be a question for staff on what's been negotiated. But I know they've been very thorough working with us on the agreement there, and I'm not sure how much I can speak publicly about that, but it might be a question for staff afterwards on where that discussion is at. But we do have agreements with all the cities on that sort of thing, and I can certainly provide more information offline in terms of that. I just don't know how much I can speak in open forum on that. Apologies, Chair.
And is there a limiting factor for riding these in the winter?
Oh, yes, sorry. I was trying to go through my head and not say something that maybe I shouldn't say. And we certainly like to have that discussion with you afterwards. In terms of the winter, basically, as soon as we get below minus 15, that's kind of the limit of the battery. We have pushed them to minus 20. The seasonal operations, though, for snow removal can be a barrier. And so there are, issues there in snow clearing and tight corners and those sorts of things where, snow could cover up parking areas for e-scooters or limit the amount of parking areas. So it really becomes an optimization issue with the city and how much streetscape they may want to allot to having shared e-scooters and e-bikes on the street during the winter. In Calgary, we do take the e-bikes off. They take up a lot more space than e-scooters, and so that is something that needs to be taken into consideration. And other than that, we have the ability to disable the fleet very quickly if there are weather events. So, for example, if a snowstorm was coming through and we were aware of it, we could disable the fleet, remove it in areas where it shouldn't be, and then send out notifications to riders saying the service is offline today until the weather improves. So we have a variety of ways of doing that. Certainly, if council wanted to provide direction or staff wanted to entertain that idea with us, we'd be very happy to chat about winter operations if it was of interest to the region.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Chair James, I'm not sure who to direct my question to, but I'm very intrigued by Councillor Wolf's comment about traveling to and from the airport. What would it take to get a bike bay or a scooter bay at the airport?
It's really a question of what the infrastructure is to the airport and if we can safely allow riders to go there. So it's a discussion that we can have around what is the safest way to allow riders to get to and from that area.
Thank you. Chair James, I'm wondering if that's worth suggesting that staff look into?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I'm going to ask, though, to pull the report that is on the consent agenda, because I do have questions for staff, so we can take that up when we bring it up out of the consent agenda. Thank you so much, Isaac. I have no further questions for you.
Oh, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Bye.
so with that, I can go into discussion. So just have a couple questions for staff regarding this report. And the first is around the revenue. How is that calculated within this partnership with the e-scooters in this program?
So today the way we operate, so this is a licensing agreement, and basically we calibrated it to recover all the administrative fees that we will have to supervise and monitor the program. So it's basically the report, I think the estimate is about $85,000. So that's the license that we get, and it covers and so for us it's cost neutral today, and we'll see at the end of the season how it works.
And then in terms of travel, just to be clear, like Highway 78, they won't be able to ride on the highways or anything like that. It's just within cities and regional roads.
Yep, so the bylaw specifies, we have a bylaw for e-scooters and then a bylaw for e-bikes, so they both specify the different, it's mostly kind of sidewalks, multi-use trails. Things are a bit different between e-scooters and e-bikes. I can go in detail if you'd like, but that's, no riding on Highway 78.
Perfect. Any questions from council? I don't see any. Okay, so this report, was there? Oh, Councillor Foxton, go ahead.
Just a quick one, back to Mattu again, is, so you can't ride them on roadways, but can they ride in a bike lane? Because e-bikes and that do go on bike lanes and they do go on the higher roads.
So yes, e-bikes are allowed to go on bike lanes, and so they can go on higher order roads. E-bikes today are not allowed on multi-use trails, for example, because of the difference in speed. I know there's some work with the team. We were waiting for, MTO is still working on redefining the different categories of e-bikes, and that's the piece of work that we're waiting for to possibly update the bylaw. But
So
today they can ride on bike lanes alongside
e-bikes
roads.
can, but e-scooters can't.
E-scooters are allowed to go on bike lanes as well.
Okay, so if there's a bike lane on 7 and 8 going down on the highway, they can go then, right?
I think, no, I'll check back, but I don't think so, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Deutschmann.
Yes, I had a question. Thank you, Chair James. I had a question for Commissioner Mattu. So did we get references from other communities with respect to Neuron when we were investigating?
Yeah, the process was kind of a two-stage process. First, we selected Neuron based on some of the features that were presented today. So in particular, geofencing, that was very attractive. We did a reference check during the RFP phase, and so we've had some feedback from other communities on how they work. All this is fairly young in Canada. I think Ottawa is the oldest one that's been running for over 3 years, and the feedback up to now has been quite positive.
And was the dumping issue discussed when you were getting feedback?
So the dumping issue, I think and the way we've written it in the licensing agreement, I think it's a 15 to 30 minute window for when dumping is noticed to be able for the operator to pick it up and put it in and move the e-scooter or e-bike in an appropriate place. But the geofencing is what, and the advantage of this solution, the geofencing piece enables us to detect that very quickly. And so to remediate very quickly, and it's been a learning experience in Ottawa. But they've had in most other cities they've proceeded with e-scooters with multiple operators, and I would say Neuron has been the most through our RFP process. Neuron has been considered responsive to vehicle removals, both in Ottawa and Calgary, where they're operating.
And just to clarify, what happens after 30 minutes?
No, so they have to pick up if a
right.
scooter, yeah. So
and if they don't, what happens?
If they don't, this is where the region will come and substitute, and that's so we will take action and remove it ourselves, and then we'll have that's part of the performance metrics that we'll have with the operator.
So we'll be tracking that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just to follow up with Councillor Huniak's question about having something at the airport, what are the possibilities of that? What would that take?
So today, the airport, in Appendix C to the report, there's a map that shows you how this program is going to expand in the first year. So today, the airport is not included in this year's service proposal. So that's something we can look into for the future, but today that's not the case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, we will move on to the next delegation, Chris Moser, President of the Hacienda Sierra. Welcome, Chris. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Chris Moser, owner of the Hacienda Sierra on Union Street. The Hacienda is an event hall for music, film, and corporate events. It can host up from 50 to 500 people. It is very well known as it is a very unique building. It's got Portuguese, Spanish, Mexican, and medieval influences on it. So unique, Murdoch Mysteries just film taping 3 days, event in January, that they had over a crew of 100 people working at the hall. The event center attracts tourism to the local economy in many ways: hotels, food, fuel, and night entertainment. Why I bring that in is the crew from Murdoch Mysteries were asking us, where do we go to eat? Where do we go for food? Where do we go for a night on the town? 100 people attracts tourism. The film and music director from the City of Kitchener, the business development director from the region of Waterloo have already been in contact with us in a very short period of time to ask how we can collaborate and bring in tourism to the area. So why am I here? The Lancaster Street ramps are conveniently located for ease of access to the event hall. We can get people in, we can get people out when there's a very large event. So before making any decisions on the Lancaster Street ramps, I'm looking for possibly other options. Can we do what they do on the Gardiner Expressway in Toronto by having gates at on-ramps that close down during peak hours? Can we look at doing something at the 2 on-ramps at Bridgeport Road? The gates would be cost-effective and not permanent till we can decide whether this is the best option to move forward on. Thank you for your time. Just please consider it before you shut down the Lancaster Street ramps.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for the delegation? All right, thank you. I appreciate you coming in. Sorry, Chris, hold on a second. Councillor Vrbanovic, you have a question?
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming in, Chris. The Hacienda has been an important asset in our community for a number of years, and we're certainly excited to see it, continue to thrive going forward. I'm just when did you first learn about this issue in terms of the closure and so on?
A very short period of time, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
So when it was in the media recently?
That's when I got an engaged community to follow up, so 3-4 weeks ago max.
Okay, and so, from your perspective and, presumably from time to time talk to other area businesses and so on, how important are these accesses to you and the other businesses in the area?
Interesting question. MTE Consulting found out about this and realized I was speaking, and they're saying, Chris, go say something good for our area. They did not know this was happening. These are consultants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Thank you, Chris. Peter Lehman, if you're here, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't have a slideshow, I've got a bicycle. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm here today to encourage you to delete the Lancaster off-ramps from the expressway. I'm obviously a cyclist. The bicycle is my primary mode of transportation. This is the newest of 4. It's extremely unusual. It's legal. I've always been an avid cyclist. I lived in Heidelberg from age 11 to 16. The bicycle meant freedom. Mayor Vrbanovic, in days when we both had more hair, may remember me biking to high school. I've cycled from Waterloo to Grand Bend and back no less than 4 times, to Elora countless times, including once with my 5- and 7-year-old children and my wife. We camped there for 2 nights and then rode home. To Manitoulin Island and back at least 6 times, once with my then 11-year-old son, around Georgian Bay twice, and from here through Toronto, Kingston, Brockville, and Ottawa, up the Gatineau River, west to Pembroke, Letterkenny, Aurelia, Barrie, before coming home. I've cycled on Trans-Canada. Don't try that. I've cycled through 3 Thunder Bay winters and 2 Waterloo winters. Do try that. Crossing the expressway is a problem. Lancaster is not a fun street to cycle on at the best of times and desperately needs better bicycle infrastructure. This is a given. University Avenue over the expressway is easily more dangerous than Highway 69 and arguably more dangerous than the Trans-Canada. Bridgeport Road is not much better. Plainly, these crossings are dangerous with multiple lanes of high-speed merging traffic. Lexington is passable and better than Lancaster, but ridiculously out of the way for anyone trying to get from the northeast corner of Kitchener-Waterloo to either the downtown Kitchener area or to the west side of Kitchener. Riding on Lancaster over the bridge with the ramps, I am forced to ride with vehicles potentially on both my left and right sides, and I came over that bridge on the way here today. I feel like canned lunch meat in a car sandwich. I average between 20 and 25 kilometers an hour, yet motorists getting on and coming off the expressway inevitably feel the need to pass me, normally after accelerating behind me. It's unnerving. Where am I supposed to go? I hold my line, but it's precarious and takes courage. That's insane. All it takes is one person not paying attention or one pothole, and I'll be all over the road, literally. My questions are simple. What 1960s priorities suggested the need for these ramps? Is this answer still appropriate? What unmet needs might supersede the needs met by these ramps today? Answering my own questions, indisputably, the Lancaster Street on and off ramps were built for the convenience of motorists. Equally clear is the fact that pedestrians and cyclists were not only expected to give way to the car, but, obviously, would occasionally be killed by motorists. And we are. Too often. 3 acquaintances of mine were killed riding their bikes, 2 while riding with their spouses. 1 was a retired university professor, 1 a successful financial advisor, and 1 a symphony conductor. Furthermore, pedestrians need to skip pretty quickly when they cross the off-ramp, since it's a blind curve. Walking across the bridge, there is literally nothing but skin between pedestrians and vehicles traveling at greater than 50 kilometers an hour. That is, at speeds where an impact has a 50% or greater chance of killing a pedestrian. The need for safe bicycle infrastructure is clearly recognized. Retaining these ramps would be yet another ubiquitous example not only of bicycle infrastructure at the convenience of motorists, but a prioritizing of that convenience over the safety of our more vulnerable members of society. The argument, well, the cyclist can get off and walk, is nothing more than an arrogant self-righteousness that makes the bicycle a vehicle at the pleasure of the motorist. The motorist could get out and push too. Finally, bicycle infrastructure, which is not AAA rated for all ages and abilities, is patronizing at best and dangerous at worst, and there is no way that a AAA bicycle infrastructure can coincide with these ramps. Or, you could keep the ramps and build a pedestrian and cyclist overpass, like the $7 million Juno Beach Memorial Bridge in Ottawa. Make it safe. Do it now. No more excuses. No more funerals. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We have one question from councillors. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Peter, I respect what you do, and congratulations on all your riding.
Thank you.
But what do you tell people like myself who only have one leg, or Councillor Heinrich that is in a wheelchair?
Yes.
We have to have respect for each other, both traffic and bicycles. And I must say, I almost hit a bicycle the other day because they decided to cut right in front of me, and I had to straight through. So it's mutual respect, and I think that's what's lacking. I think if we all work together, we can get that. But you have to. I live in the townships, and I understand a lot of bikes are saying, let's get rid of roads and let's just bike. We're in Canada, and a lot of you. I mean, maybe you're young and healthy and you can, but a lot of us are not young anymore and not physically capable. I think we have to be more inclusive and include everyone.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. So I was just going to say.
Is there a question? Okay, thank you.
So that I asked him, what does someone like us do?
So may I clarify, are you speaking of one lane on the road? Are you speaking of one lane on the road?
Am I speaking of one lane on the road?
Yeah, I think your question was, what if there's only one lane? Are you speaking of one lane on the road?
No, I said, what do people like us do if you eliminate these ways to drive?
I did not. So to eliminate the on and off ramps from the expressway at Lancaster, there are still major interchanges on Bridgeport Road and on, Victoria Street, I forget. There's not a full cloverleaf on Lancaster. There's just a single on and off ramp. There is only one bridge over the expressway that is even passable for cycling. To the mutual respect, I'm sorry, I don't have any lanes right now.
You don't have any mutual respect, was that?
I don't have a bicycle lane that's appropriate and safe for a bicycle to get across the expressway, marginally possibly on Lexington Road.
Totally understand that issue.
Okay, Councillor Foxton, we're just going to avoid the debate with the delegate. Thanks. Any further questions? Oh, Councillor Prevanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Lehman, for coming in today. I just want to reflect on your cycling. And you indicated you're an avid cycler and cycle throughout the community. I'm wondering if you've ever cycled on University Ave or Victoria Street or Ottawa Street in Kitchener.
Thank you, Mayor. Many times. Again, the bridge, the section of University Avenue, and from one end to the other of University Avenue.
So I'm just asking if you've cycled on those roads.
Yes.
You have, okay. So I guess my question to you is, the second part of that question is, do you understand that separate of the issue of the ramp closures is the Lancaster Street project, which is looking at making it a complete street with both space for vehicular traffic, cycling traffic, and pedestrians? Are you aware of that?
So the short answer is yes, I'm aware of that, and my understanding was that part of that project includes the question of whether or not the ramps are retained or not.
That's an option, but that's not a requirement in order to do that, just for your information. And so going back to the streets that I referenced, particularly Ottawa Street, Victoria, and Weber. So if I look at Weber and University, if I look at Victoria and Fisher Hallman, if I look at Ottawa and Homer Watson as examples, are you familiar that all of those have equal or significantly more accident statistics than the area in question, which is the rationale that's being used for the closure of the ramps?
So with all due respect, it sounds like we're comparing bad to worse.
Not at all, but thank you for your answer.
Okay, Councillor Huniak.
Chair James, I'm for the closure of the Lancaster ramps, and I think it's a really important thing for the environment and for safety. And I'm just wondering, I didn't quite understand Councillor Foxton's comments around she has a amputation and I have a wheelchair. I don't know how that relates to the Lancaster ramps.
Okay, so that was, yeah, we are going to move on. Thank you so much for coming to talk, Peter. We will be discussing this report in a little bit, so hang on to those questions. Next, we have Brooklyn Wallace. You have 3 minutes, Brooklyn.
Hello, staff and council. My name is Brooklyn Wallace. I am the chair of the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Committee at the City of Kitchener, although I do not speak on its behalf today. I'm here today to speak in favor of removing the Lancaster Highway 85 ramps. When I heard about the plan to do this, my friends and I thought that this was a slam dunk. And by council's report of over 2/3 of people agreeing with that, I do not think that we are in the minority. That area is confusing, uncomfortable to drive on, and extremely dangerous when on feet or on bikes. Apparently, it wasn't such a slam dunk, as last night Kitchener requested the region not to do it. To address some common complaints, these ramps do not help local businesses. As shown countless times around the world, businesses vastly overestimate the percentage of drivers to pedestrians, oftentimes by up to 20%, or 20 times, I mean. We get so much more foot traffic via people on feet versus having to go find a parking space, park, walk over to the area versus just walking by the business. When I hear people say, like, this hurts businesses, I say, how? This does nothing to reduce a car's ability to actually reach anywhere on Lancaster. I've done a bunch of different Google Maps searches, and from different areas, of the city to different areas on Lancaster, I've only been able to find a time difference of 5 minutes of driving when avoiding the Lancaster ramps. This doesn't save much time, and I'll also comment that those 5 minutes are often the difference between it being faster to bike or faster to drive, which just by itself, even if we do nothing along the lines of improving the road safety for pedestrians and just close ramps, it will lead with an increase of bike traffic and a decrease in carbon output. By choosing this ramp over, choosing these 5 minutes over the closure of these ramps, it means that we are choosing the 5 minutes of time for drivers over the lives of pedestrians. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Brooklyn. Any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Brooklyn.
Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate you coming in. Okay, so are we? Okay, so I would like to call up agenda item 8.1.1, the Lancaster Street and Highway 85 ramp closure and environmental assessment study recommendation, and I'll call on Mathieu, Commissioner of Transportation Services, to introduce the report.
So just I'll do a very brief introduction because I presented it at the previous Public Planning and Works Committee meeting a month ago. So this is the exact same report that was deferred. So since then, we presented the project, and so Steve was at the City of Kitchener Council yesterday to present the project to the council there. Since then, we've received a motion indicating the city's opposition to the proposed closure while requesting signalization of ramps at Bridgeport Road. So I'm happy to answer any further questions. Again, just to go back to the objectives, there are both some safety objectives with respect to the highway because of the weaving on and off ramps from Bridgeport and Lancaster, and then some safety and comfort of pedestrians and cyclists along Lancaster and making that a key corridor for a key active transportation corridor for the future.
Okay, thank you, Mathieu. I have a few councillors in the queue. So I'll start with Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. Mathieu, is yours presentation the only one, or will there be others? Just yours? Okay, thank you. So I guess I want to follow up with some of the questions that I asked at City Council yesterday when Mr. Vandekeer made his presentation. And am I correct in understanding in the report that over a 10-year period, those ramps saw 179 accidents in total, which works out to about 18 per year on average? And if we're talking 2 ramps, we're really talking 9 ramps on average 9 accidents on average per year per ramp, correct?
That's correct. There were nearly 180 collisions over the last 10 years. Yep.
Right. So I guess when we look at recommendations such as the one that's being made, I looked at the regional report around accident stats. And so I looked at areas like Ottawa and Homer Watson roundabout, which had 606 over 3 years, or 202 per year. Ottawa and Alpine, the Highway 7 and 8 eastbound on and off ramp specifically, which had 89 over 3 years, or 30 per year. Franklin and Pine Bush, going outside of the city, but to give this a regional flair, 366 over 3 years, or 122 per year. And then when I get to some specific intersections, Homer Watson and Block Line has averaged 98 per year. Victoria Fisher Hallman, 17 per year. Weber and University, 22 per year. Queen and Hespeler, 50 per year. And so when I guess I look at all of those numbers and recognize some of the challenges, we haven't recommended that we close any of those ramps or any of those roadways or any of those intersections, despite the high numbers that we're talking about. So I'm trying to understand, how we're making that rationale here. And yet, there's other areas that are significantly more problematic, and we're not using that same logic.
So through the chair, maybe just at a high level, we do have a road safety program and a collision report, and we do, some problems are easier and some are harder to solve, but we do look at all of these intersections and rank them, and then prioritize some actions on, depending on the traffic levels, pedestrian exposure, et cetera. So there's a number of criteria, but we do consider all of these intersections and all of the places where collisions are happening to be able to reduce them.
Okay, and then my last question is, as I reflect on, and I asked Mr. Vandekeur this question yesterday as well, as I reflect on my time in public life and my own driving experience, not only in this region but across Southern Ontario, I certainly am aware of municipalities that advocate for years and years for additional access points onto highways, hoping that MTO can find dollars to make that happen. But it's pretty rare that I can think of access points that have actually been, where a municipality has come and said, hey, shut down my access point. Is that is in your professional experience, because certainly Mr. Vandekeur indicated last night that was true in his professional experience. Is that true in yours as well?
Through the chair, so I think, these are, they're not frequent in Southern Ontario. I would say, I think the first delegate mentioned the Gardiner, for example. There were some ramps that were removed on the Gardiner. So it's not a provincial highway, but it has very similar characteristics. And I would say from my professional experience more across the world and looking at North America, whether it's Montreal, Portland, there's a lot of work is actually taking more drastic action and removing full urban freeway removals or branches. So beyond I would say they're going even further in terms of resolving some of the challenges of integration of freeways in urban areas.
Okay, those are all the questions I'll ask for now. And Madam Chair, if I can ask you to come to me, I'd like to make a motion when the time comes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I had shared an email with my council members, colleagues earlier today, just in response to the late-breaking email that came from our colleague, Mayor Verbanovic, and some of his council members indicating that while the City of Kitchener last night had their very late in the game discussion about this issue, the City of Waterloo has provided comments from when the project began to be discussed back in 2018 and as recent as up to September 2022. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that the City of Waterloo is in favor of the closure of these ramps, and in fact that it's part of a project work that we are greatly anticipating to help us with redesigning Bridgeport and Herb Street, which are major arterials in and out of our city and gateway, and so I just wanted to make sure that people are aware that we are very much in favor of this, and would ask that you look at the project that has been studied for the better part of 4 or 5 years, and use the information that we have in front of us, and just I guess to Councillor Verbanovic's point about when you're raising the various collisions as a metric, and asking about some of the other areas of our region or of our city. Collisions are important. We know that I think it's the Road Safety Report said there's around 6,000 collisions per year across our region. Those are significant numbers for sure, but I would suspect that in this case, it's not like we're being completely cut off access. The Lancaster ramp is very close to the Bridgeport ramp, so it's not like you're cutting off vehicle or driver's access to Kitchener or Waterloo or on and off Highway 78 Conestoga. So I think there's probably a significant difference there, and would just remind people of that. So no question, but I think I would say that this is an important project for the City of Waterloo, and one that I certainly hope that council colleagues will vote in favor of. Thank you.
Point of privilege. Madam Chair, in all due respect, I thought this was the question period, and debate will happen after we actually put the motion on the floor. But on the point of privilege, I would like to remind my colleague that it was this council that in fact deferred the issue because there was recognition that City of Kitchener Council had not had an opportunity to provide comment. To suggest that this is late breaking, late news is certainly not appropriate, because it was actually at the motion, as a result of the motion that was approved by this council, that our council considered it in special session yesterday in order to bring a motion here. And so
May I respond to that?
That is not the case.
No. We're not going to
But that's not really accurate. Your staff was asked to comment on this years ago.
Councillor McCabe,
It's not
this is a time for questions of Mathieu, questions of staff. If you have questions regarding this is what it's for right now, okay? We're not going to get into this back and forth. There are legit questions. This is a situation that will impact community, and this is the time now because we have deferred it from a previous council. So I will move along to Councillor Solonen to ask her question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and through you, Chair. Matthew, do you mind just explaining the MTO funding? I know that's linked with this and partly had to do with the timeline of when we brought this back.
Yes, through the chair, I think the project there. So MTO is responsible for the highway, and they have a project for improving the highway and improving and widening parts of the highway. So right now, what we're trying to seize is this opportunity to put the removal of the ramps in the scope of that project. So they would remove the ramps, and then they would be able to also improve and redesign the Bridgeport off-ramp at the same time, because if they remove the Lancaster, there's more room to put the Bridgeport. So this is the moment when and we've talked to MTO after the previous committee to postpone. They were expecting regional council decisions last time, and we've asked them if they would wait to know if they can incorporate this in the scope of their project or not.
Okay, and just to follow up, if I may, is the redesign of the Bridgeport dependent on the closure of this ramp, or can that happen separately with MTO still funding and in the scope of what they're doing?
So through the chair, just for clarification, there's the redesign of the Bridgeport ramp itself. That one, the way it's configured today, it can't be redesigned if we're not removing the Lancaster on-ramp. So that would, because removing the Lancaster on-ramp would just give more space for the Bridgeport, the Lancaster off-ramp. Removing that would create some space for the Bridgeport on-ramp to be a bit longer. So that is dependent on that. But then there's other work happening on Bridgeport also with MTO, but that's a separate project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Solonen. Councillor Huniak.
Councillor James, I just want to clarify the intent of my previous comment. I was meaning to ask a question in all sincerity of the connection of disability to the Lancaster ramps, but everyone laughed, and so I'm worried that comment or question that I had got lost in what could be perceived as sarcasm. So it's actually an honest question, and if there is things to be said there, then I'm willing to hear them. I didn't mean to shoot that down.
Yeah, no, and just to be clear as well, because it was a question that was specific to more so with the staff comment or input, I thought we'd defer because there was a delegate here as well. So please feel free to ask your question, Chantel. I don't think there was any intent to laugh or mock.
I just didn't mean to be sarcastic in that particular instance. There we go. Moving on. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
So through you, Chair, this is for Matthew. I was just wondering, because I know we have like concrete numbers, but proportionally, because the Lancaster ramp doesn't actually hold that much traffic, I was wondering if proportionally the collision rate is higher in that instance than in higher traffic areas that Barry had mentioned. And that's just my question.
Through the chair, so the discussions we had with MTO is that they were for a well-designed ramp. The number of collisions that we're getting here is about 3 to 4 times higher than what's expected. So there is a design issue with the way the ramps weave in and out, and the cars weave in and out of the highway.
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A question for Mathieu. If I look at the Waterloo Cycling Network map here, there's a just disappeared, but there's a cycling lane that goes down Bridgeport Road. So right along those intersections, that on off ramp as well. What are we doing to make that safe? And from a cycling point of view, I get off that Lancaster every time I come here, so I understand what you're talking about there. But from a cycling point of view, how are those two different?
So through the chair, so if are you talking about the Bridgeport crossing of the highway as well, or?
Right.
So there's a separate project that's in progress right now. So it's not at the same level of maturity, but the staff is working on a full project along Bridgeport and Herb and over the highway there to also make it safer for cyclists. And then that would connect into the Lancaster, and we'd start having a protected kind of network for cyclists and pedestrians.
But that cloverleaf will still exist, and so presumably there's issues at every cloverleaf for cyclists and pedestrians. I mean, one's not significantly different from the other. So what are we doing to ensure that the Bridgeport one is safe that we can't do on the Lancaster one from a cycling perspective?
Through the chair, what we're doing on the Bridgeport, which has a much bigger volume, because it has, I think the Lancaster ramp is about 5,000 cars every day, whereas the Bridgeport has 25,000. So the work that we're doing on Bridgeport is really about, and there again, it's in partnership with MTO, redesigning that cloverleaf to turn it into signalized intersections, and that will work given the volume of traffic.
Okay, so there'll be signal lights for all the traffic there that you won't have on Lancaster. That's the difference.
Yep, and the objective is also to really remove all the free flow lanes. Again, on Bridgeport, there is a free flow lane coming out of the highway, right. And these are the ones that are, they create a really big distance to cover for both cyclists and pedestrians, and these are the ones that are critical and that we're looking to remove as part of the Bridgeport project. But that will come to council later when we finalize the design.
And something like that can't happen at Lancaster.
So through the chair, the volumes are completely different, and the Bridgeport, because of the volume of traffic, I would say the removal of the lanes is we can't remove given the volume, we would not recommend removing the on-ramp coming from Bridgeport and keeping the Lancaster off-ramp, for example, because that's today there is a specific safety problem between the Bridgeport on-ramp and the Lancaster off-ramp. Because these are the two that are interfacing and that are weaving with each other, and so the Lancaster has such lower volume. If we have to close one of the two to remove that weaving effect, the Lancaster is the one that has the lowest traffic volume and is the recommended one to remove.
Okay, Councillor Erb.
I don't have a question. Mine was going to be a comment, so I'll hold it.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. And through Mathieu, on background number 5, number 5 in the report, and you state that there's low volume traffic on Lancaster. It's in the first paragraph near, or is it the second paragraph? But anyways, it states there's low volume. But if MTO is going to be working on it, we lose that funding if they're going to remove it for us. Otherwise, we have to pay for it down the road should we go that route. Correct? We lose that funding. And the other thing I was going to add, if we kept the Lancaster ramps, are they in a good state of repair? Would we need to replace them anytime soon?
So these are MTOs. I haven't heard of any. I'm looking at the team there in the room. There are no major issues from a state of good repair. That's my understanding. But this is to go to your first question. this is the moment to put it in scope of their project or not.
Understand. Steve's dying to speak. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the ministry would have to consider those as part of the rehab project, and they may have to be reconstructed, but they'll be looking at that through their redesign. But as a follow-up to a previous question, I think that Councillor Shantz asked about what was going to happen at Bridgeport and could that be done at Lancaster. The off-ramp at Lancaster is way too short. So the off-ramp at Bridgeport is long because it's a long loop, so there's room to store cars that would have to sit at the signals. There's no way you could do that at the Lancaster off-ramp because it's just a straight ramp up, so it would back up onto the highway immediately, and the ministry would not allow that. So you can't do the same thing at Lancaster that we're looking at Bridgeport. Just thought I'd add that in because I thought that might be key to the discussion.
So if I understand correctly, the ramp coming on to the expressway, the Lancaster one, is short, as Steve stated. But isn't a lot of the traffic that's coming straight through during that sort of express lane part of the problem? Isn't the express lane, the build-up there, a problem? Just asking.
Sorry, through the chair, I didn't understand the question.
Sandy, do you understand? I see you nodding.
I think the express lane is past the off-ramp.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's not an issue. But again, like you stated, slow volume. I still don't have my head around this on which way is the right way to go. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Deutschman, and then I'll go to Councillor Erb. Councillor Deutschman hasn't spoken yet. And I think you have a question, Councillor.
Me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair James. Yeah, question. Commissioner Metsu, do you know what was the purpose of this ramp? Because it seems like it's I'll call it like, if other ones are 100% ramp, this is like a 25% ramp. It's like you can only get on one way from one road going one direction. It's almost like if I had to guess what the purpose of this intersection or these ramps was a way to help people from Waterloo or Elmira get to downtown Kitchener a little more quickly. But do we know what the history of this ramp was?
Through the chair, I have not looked at the history, and there I'm looking at the team that doesn't seem to know. What we know is that MTO today, clearly, if they were building this piece of highway, they would not build any half interchange or any 25% interchange at Lancaster.
Yeah, and so it's just sort of, for me, isn't it difficult then to compare safety stats with other intersections with respect to this? I mean, it's just such a difficult assessment. Isn't that the case?
Through the chair, yeah, it is a very idiosyncratic interchange because it's only a partial interchange, and as Steve mentioned, there's the off ramp at Lancaster is straight and short, so it doesn't have any storage room. So there's several design issues that would definitely not fit with I would say modern highway standards.
Just one last question. Did we ever, I mean, the Hacienda to me is probably the most prominent business that's in that area and would be impacted by some traffic coming a certain way. Did we do any measures to see if traffic was coming from the other intersections to get to the other exchanges to get to the Hacienda? How much time we're talking about in terms of, we'll say, the inconvenience factor for
Through the chair, so I don't think we did a specific analysis of the Hacienda as a destination, but overall in the traffic study that was performed, the time penalty for drivers on average, whether they're light vehicles or trucks, was 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Erb.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm in order because I was going to speak in support of the motion, but I'm not sure if you're at that point yet.
We're not at the motion point yet.
Okay, well then I'm
Okay,
still
and I just want to remind council, we do have a hard stop at 4. We're about 10 minutes out from that. So, Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, I apologize. I do have a couple questions. I'm just wondering, Mathieu, if you could, or sorry, through you, Chair, if you could remind us about the consultations that have occurred over the past few years, and if the local municipalities, how we were involved in the consultation process.
Through the chair, so on this project, the area municipalities were involved in the project team. So they were part of the technical team that worked on the project. I think the biggest piece of engagement came late last year. So we had through the Engage Waterloo Region page, and there was a lot of media information. So I think we had more than 2,000 people seeing it on social media. 400 people clicking on the link to the Engage webpage, and the media release was picked up by CTV, City News, Global News, The Record, and the Waterloo Chronicle. And we had, I would say, I know from the team, a kind of a record 3,000 visitors on the website and 700 survey respondents. So the engagement at the end of last year was very positive, and I would say, and out of there, I think we had 2/3 of the respondents who were either positive and neutral as they responded to the survey there. Earlier than that, I don't know if the team has any, if there was any background to that, but that engagement moment was significant, and I would say more of an outlier in terms of participation. It's a very high participation compared to other similar engagement initiatives from the region.
Interesting. Thank you for that. But local, like staff from local municipalities, certainly the City of Kitchener and the City of Waterloo were involved you said they were on the project team?
Yes. So staff from the cities were on the project team. Okay.
So in fact, this was a project that the local municipalities were aware of, certainly in at least more recently than just the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's fair to say?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have potentially, so Councillor Verbanovic, do you have your motion?
Yes, I put my motion forward. I've given it to the clerk, and I'd like to move it, please.
Okay, let's bring that up.
And then I'd like to speak to it.
Okay.
So the motion that I'm moving, consistent with the motion that was approved at Kitchener City Council yesterday, is that the regional municipality of Waterloo takes steps to not support moving forward with the proposed closure of the Lancaster Street ramps, that we proceed with the proposed Lancaster Street road, cycling, and pedestrian construction work with the necessary adjustments in a manner that accommodates the continued operation of these ramps, and finally, that we request the signalization of the northbound off-ramp at Bridgeport Road, which was an area of concern that was identified during the process. And then if there's a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Yeah. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Craig? Okay, it is on the floor. You can speak to your motion, Barry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will speak to the motion, and I want to thank staff for their work looking at this issue and also looking at the improvements to cycling both on Bridgeport Road and on Lancaster Street, along with many other areas of the region in terms of looking at complete streets. I think, as we do this work, it's important that, like everything, we look at it in the context that provides balance in our community, that recognizes that we lived in a society that was primarily car culture, and now we're moving to a society that has a balance of modes of transportation, both for environmental reasons, health reasons, and other choices, including trying to get people from one place to the other in the most effective way possible. This road was built in the early 1970s and was part of the construction of the KW Expressway at a time when the population of Kitchener-Waterloo was much, much smaller. And as we know, that this region has a population of roughly 650,000, slated to go to 930,000 by 2051. And so we're going to see a 50% increase in terms of demand in this community. And so, closing a ramp that today has 3,000 people daily on average taking the off-bound ramp going southbound and 1,700 going on to Highway 85 going northbound on a daily basis, particularly when we know the community is growing, in my mind, does not make sense and does not provide that appropriate balance for our community. We've heard from many businesses in the area. I do want to remind council that there's an industrial park in that part of the city. The Alpine Club is in that area. We heard from Hacienda. We heard last time at council from Benninger Realty, from Ms. Hana Damagala, who was here and also spoke at Kitchener Council yesterday on the concerns. And we've heard from other residents. And I'll just share one comment from one that we've heard of. As a resident of the North Ward, I'm incredibly dismayed by the proposed closure of the Lancaster Street ramps to Highway 85. I've lived in this neighborhood my entire 52 years, and this exchange is essential to this neighborhood. This proposal is very short-sighted and incredibly disappointing. I take these ramps multiple times almost every day and have never seen an accident. These give easy access to a central part of our neighborhood for businesses, churches, homes, and communities. There are so many other, goes on and goes, there are so many other options available for cyclists and pedestrians that could work well in this area. Northfield is an example, and it is much busier, bigger road than Lancaster. There seem better options for bike lanes and trails throughout this area that would not impact the access to the expressway. Let's be honest, cars will be around for a while yet. Conestoga Parkway has been the pride of the city region. We know that. We talk to colleagues in cities like London and others that say, we wish that our city had the foresight decades ago to do what Kitchener-Waterloo did. And limiting access to it's disappointing and creates so many inconveniences for people in a thriving and growing neighborhood. I think the last point that I want to make is the point that's being made here, and I know the argument that's being made by staff is that this is the time to do it if we want to get MTO to pay for it. Well, the point that's being made here is this access has existed for many, many years. It serves the community, and in a growing community, it will continue to need to serve the community. We've got a condo development that's going to have a couple buildings with over 500 units just down the street from here. And the pressures are only going to grow in terms of the transportation needs in this area. And so I would kindly request council to respect the needs of the local community. Council did have an opportunity to finally consider staff's report and to have Mr. Vandekeer answer questions. And after all that, council did on a 10-1 vote indicate their strong support to not see the ramps closed, consistent with what we've heard from many residents and businesses in the community. So I would ask for council support, and I'd ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any comments before we vote? We will vote on this motion first. Oh, yeah, Councillor Erb. No, okay. Councillor Shantz.
Yeah, I guess I was debating whether to speak or not. The motion talks about necessary adjustments to accommodate the ramps and cycling and pedestrian construction work. If we leave that open, and I think it was in the report, but can you remind me what that would look like? If we keep the ramps open and are to do appropriate construction for cycling and pedestrians.
Through the chair, maybe I'll ask Steve to talk about what that would look like.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the ramp stayed open, the cycling and pedestrian facility would look very much like the one that exists on Northfield Drive today over the expressway. If you're familiar with that, that's what it'll be.
Okay, that's not a cycle.
Northfield.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. My apologies if you're not familiar with the area. There would be basically crossings of the free-flowing ramps by pedestrians and cyclists with no right-of-way given to the cyclists or pedestrians. So that's how that exists today. And at many other interchanges, by the way, which we are talking to MTO about improving, all of the ones in our community, so that we can make good changes to all the interchanges so that we can have better access across the highway for AT users.
Okay. Thank you. And if I could make a comment on the motion, I'm really struggling because I take that exit regularly, and as a driver, I don't have a problem taking a different exit. That's not a problem. But what I'm struggling with is the fact that Kitchener Council is so opposed to it. And in general, you know, I like to respect the council in which decisions are being made. So I'm still pondering.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. I guess I would just like to make a couple comments. I commend staff on the hard work that they've done and the involvement they've had both with the community and MTO. And I recognize that the exchange at Frederick Street 2 is looking at a future change. We are a very rapidly growing community, and I absolutely honor the angst that people are going through deciding what is the right decision. But I would have to tell you, the community elects us to make tough decisions. We've gotten data that could support, I think, moving forward with MTO closing these two ramps. We've got qualitative and quantitative data to base that on. And because of that, I will not support this motion. I think that the right decision is to close these two ramps, recognizing that there are other future developments as we lean into growing into a community of about 1 million people.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Okay, I have Councillor McCabe, Councillor Urbanovic, and then I'm going to say a few words, and then we're going to call the vote for this, okay?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to, again, re-emphasize, I understand your angst around respecting the municipality in which, you know, physically the decision is being made, but not to discount. I do want to remind people that the city of Waterloo, literally right next door, meters away, significant impact on us if this and our plans with Bridgeport and Herb Street, and as I said, they are key roads leading in and out of our city that do need redesigned. We've had plans. We're looking forward to this in order to be able to assist housing developments that are being proposed along those routes. You know, as Commissioner Getsky indicated, there's been unusually high engagement and consultation already on this, and you know, people from not just Waterloo, but presumably Kitchener and other parts of the region have very overwhelmingly have indicated they're in favor of this. So, in addition to the safety issues that this ramp presents, so just want to reemphasize that we are in favor of this in Waterloo. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to make a final comment before you speak, Madam Chair. And you know, again, I really want to emphasize to my colleagues that Council gave strong deliberation and consideration of this issue. I want this council to understand that the City of Kitchener Council has taken active transportation and complete streets very seriously, has invested substantively in it in terms of things such as a dedicated cycling route through our downtown, and worked in collaboration with the region around growing cycling and trails throughout the community. So any suggestion that you know, this is not consistent with that is most unfortunate. The other thing that's most unfortunate in my view is, unless the boundaries have changed, I would suggest that the City of Waterloo boundary is not just meters away. In fact, from these ramps to the boundary on Bridgeport Road or the boundary on Bridge Street, we're actually talking, probably more than a kilometer than we're talking about. So, it's unfortunate that it's being characterized in that manner. Again, I think it's important to remember that this facility has served tens of thousands of people for 70 years. It's not like we're making drastic changes to these neighborhoods. The businesses, the companies, the various industrial entities that continue to exist in that area continue to exist and continue to need to have access. And so if the desire of this council is to try to negatively impact and curtail economic development, then this is the decision we should be making. If the desire is to not negatively, to try to find a right balance, then I think the recommendation that's before us is the right thing to do. As one of the emails that came to council indicated earlier today, there's considerable uncertainty in how people will move in the coming decades. But once these ramps are gone, they're gone forever. Let's not kid ourselves and think if we remove these, if the province removes these, that at some point in the future, we're going to be able to come back and say, hey, spend millions of dollars rebuilding them. It's one thing, and to finish that comment, it's one thing to oppose the futile widening of roads. And I think, we're all looking at that in some of what we do. It's quite another to begin removing them. And in a growing community, in a world where resources are increasingly limited, this is in my view, not a wise move in terms of the growth that we want for this region and the growth that we're expecting and that the province is expecting us to deliver on through Bill 23 and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Urbanovic. So change can be very uncomfortable. And I think what we're looking at here in terms of Lancaster, recognizing the 50-year history with this. And we are at a time where we're going to be making bold decisions. And I'm conscious of things like affecting economic development because the road is not being closed. People still have access to the road, multiple ways to get access. I'm thinking about also our active transportation master plan and where this fits in, as well as some of our climate change initiatives in terms of our greenhouse gases. We have to be forward thinking with how we make decisions, and as uncomfortable as they're going to be, we need to recognize what is the long term. And if we're thinking about pedestrian safety, we're thinking about the way we move around this region. And I'm very conscious of the cyclist who came in and spoke because the way it is set now, it is absolutely a hazard for anybody walking across and cycling across. So just to encompass all of those with any sort of accessibility needs and extra awareness that it is an area that is of top of mind for various reasons, not just cycling, but expanding from that. I am also conscious of the conversation about the MTO funding. We are a council that continues to say we need the province and feds to help fund and all of the things, and we've got an opportunity here where there is funding that will be provided for this, and it does impact continued development along the Bridgeport exit. I can absolutely respect City of Kitchener Council for having the debate, and I watched the debate last night that they had, and when they were speaking with Steve and the questions around that, I was, it was very important to see and to have that dialogue. But I also recognize that we're going to be called to make some tough decisions. And if we're thinking about community and community first, thinking about all aspects of the community and the long-term impact with this. So with that, I will not be supporting Councillor Urbanovic's motion, but I will call the vote now. Councillor Craig, I'm going to call the question first, and then Councillor Craig. I already said that I would be the last speaker. Okay?
Point of order, Chair James, can you read the motion so we know what we're voting
Yeah,
on?
okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
I need it on my screen. Is this the one that's on? Okay. Okay, so the motion that is on the floor, that the regional municipality of Waterloo takes steps to not support moving forward with the proposed closure of the Lancaster Street ramps, that we proceed with the proposed Lancaster Street Road cycling pedestrian construction work with the necessary adjustments in a manner that accommodates the continued operation of these ramps. And finally, that we request the signalization of the northbound off-ramp at Bridgeport Road, which was an area of concern that was identified during the process. Okay, so it will be a recorded vote.
Regional Chair Redmond.
Opposed.
Councillor Craig. Councillor Deutschman.
Opposed.
Councillor Erb.
Opposed?
Councillor Foxton.
Opposed.
Councillor Hunick.
Opposed.
Chair James.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe.
Opposed.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Salonen.
In favor.
Councillor Shantz.
In favor.
Councillor Verbanovic.
In favor.
Councillor Williams.
Opposed.
And Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
And that is defeated.
Okay, we will take a 20-minute recess right now and come back at 4:30, okay? Okay, so the motion that Councillor Brvanovic put on the floor was defeated. So now we will pull up the original motion, and I will read that. And I'll need a mover and a seconder for that. So Councillor Erb, you'll move it. Who's going to second? Councillor Huniak will second it. Okay, so the motion that is on the floor now is that the regional municipality of Waterloo, A, endorse the permanent closure of both ramps at the Highway 85 and Lancaster Street interchange in the city of Kitchener as outlined in report TSD-TRP-23-0002 dated March 7th, 2023. B, direct staff to file the notice of completion of the study and place the environmental study file on the public record for a period of 30 days. And C, subject to final approval of the environmental assessment study, forward a request to the Ministry of Transportation to include the removal of the ramps in the upcoming highway reconstruction project. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Your e-scribe will be prompted momentarily. Okay, motion is carried. Okay. All right. Okay, do you want to? Okay, we're good. The motion is carried. All right. Thanks, colleagues. Okay, so we have another delegation, Caitlin McIntyre. I believe you are virtual. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. So I am here with respect to the proposal at 515 Sawmill Road for the expropriation of properties around 515 Sawmill Road, as well as the roundabout that's being installed. So with respect to this, I'm actually here on the behalf of the homeowners. I am not myself a homeowner, but I'm here to speak to the issues that the homeowners have peripherally raised with me regarding this. So these issues are from a personal and a public policy perspective. From a personal perspective, the homeowners are very concerned about the installation of this roundabout with respect to the property values for their house, as well as their ability to sell their home. The expropriation is set to take place with possession as of 2024 and with the construction for the roundabout finishing in 2025. The homeowners at 515 Sawmill Road, who are Julie Levine and Kenneth Colpine, had plans with respect to their retirement, which would involve them listing and selling their place between 2023 this year and 2024. They're now concerned that they're not able to do this as a result of the expropriations coming up without losing market value on their property, as both expropriations as well as the installation of the roundabout itself and the construction related to that will have to be disclosed in order for them to list and sell their property. They are afraid that they're going to have a delay with respect to their retirement plans and that their property would lose value as a whole. Roundabouts have reduced the value of certain properties in certain areas, in particular because they have traffic consequences. And from the perspective of these homeowners, they're not just losing the expropriated portions of land, they're actually losing the value of the property that they have as a whole. It's some frontage that's being taken over. There's an installation of a hydro pole right in front of their front door now. And they're just very much concerned that they're either going to have to indefinitely put off their retirement plan or that they're not going to be able to sell their property at fair market value. Beyond this, from a public public policy perspective, they have significant concerns with respect to traffic, speeding, and accidents. There is a history of problems with traffic, speeding, and accidents in this portion of Sawmill Road. The history of accidents, these owners have been there for many years. They've actually built the home that they're in right now, and they have been the first on the scene number of car accidents prior to the installation of the traffic lights that are there right now and after the traffic lights have been installed. The traffic lights have caused a reduction in the amount of accidents these homeowners have seen, but they are very concerned that putting a roundabout in on Sawmill Road and Craft Drive is going to result in further accidents, not fewer accidents. They are also worried with respect to speeding. The stoplight did cause a bit of a slowdown with respect to the number of speeding incidents that they observed, but they're really afraid that the installation of this roundabout is going to reverse the progress that the traffic light has caused so far. So they're just afraid it's going to end up in a situation where they're seeing just as much speeding as they did prior to the installation of the traffic lights. They're also concerned about access to their home. Prior to the installation of the lights, it was very difficult for the homeowners of 515 Sawmill Road to exit their home. The lights did help with this ability. It slows the traffic down to a near stop and it allows them to come and go as they please. The roundabout will increase the flow of traffic, making it more continuous, which will have the side effect of once again making it difficult for these homeowners to access their property. And with respect to their concerns about the construction, they are just afraid that this is also going to last far longer than they anticipate. And not only will it create hiccups with them selling the property, but it will also create further barriers from them being able to operate their business out of the property and come and go as they please. Their preference would be if the stoplight was the continued solution and to not have the region install a roundabout in this location. It's less so about the expropriation matter and more so about the roundabout itself.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? I'm seeing one. Councillor Shantz, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. A question. I'm wondering if you can explain your comment about roundabout increasing speed, because everything that I've seen, it actually decreases speed, particularly in the rural roads.
So I can't see how it could decrease speed when there's no complete stop in the same way that there is currently a complete stop with the traffic light. If there was no traffic light, I would agree with you, Councillor, but because there will be a flow of traffic that's consistent now, that stoppage where people have to restart and get their speed back up again is going to be gone. So essentially, rather than having people come to a complete stop where there is no speed because they've stopped, people are going to be able to move through that intersection very quickly compared to how they would right now, because again there is a traffic light. So that's their primary concern about the increase in speed, is that they're going to see more people kind of blasting through there. And while statistics have shown that yes, roundabouts do reduce the speed of traffic on straightaways, when it comes to comparing it to a stoplight does stop the traffic. That's the purpose of it, and roundabouts do not. So that's where their concern is coming from, Councillor.
Thank you. It only stops when the light's red.
Yes.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much. I just had a question about the hydro pole being in front of their house. I just pulled up on Google Maps, and they do currently have a hydro pole in their front yard. So what is the concern? I'm just curious if you could elaborate.
Yeah, of course. So the expropriating authority, the region of Waterloo, has let them know that that hydro pole will be moved, because that area where the hydro pole currently is going to be expropriated for the purposes of a lane in order to allow people to access the roundabout. So the proposal that's been had so far is that current pole be moved from where it is right next to the driveway to almost the center of the property, which is right in front of their front porch. So their view out the front porch is just going to be one hydro pole now. And it seems like it'd be a small move because it's only like I would guess maybe 10 feet to the side, but that move actually takes it from out of their line of view when they're in their home, since it's right by the driveway, to right in the middle of their property. So when they look out, all they're going to see is this hydro pole right outside their front door and right outside their front porch. So that's just based on the rough flags that have been put down by the region as to where things are going to be moved. And what they've been told is they've been told that that hydro pole is going to end up straight in front of their front door.
Okay. Chair, is there a possibility to ask staff if there is an ability to mitigate where that pole goes, if that's a concern?
Matthew? Who's Jennifer? Yeah, Jennifer.
So through the chair to the councillor, I think that's something that we could possibly look at through the detailed design, but I can't make any promises at this point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So the report is on the consent agenda regarding the expropriation of these lands. Would anyone like to pull that report from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Okay. Thank you to the delegation, Caitlin. No further questions. We will move on. Okay. So we are now at the item 7, the consent agenda. If you wish to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate so now. We will not take questions on consent items unless items are requested to be removed onto the regular agenda. The items listed on the consent agenda will be dealt with in one motion. So are there any items that you wish to have removed from the consent agenda? Okay, Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to have item 7.1.3, which is the Myers Road interim active transportation improvements pulled.
Okay. So we will vote on I need a mover and a seconder for the consent agenda as amended. Councillor Foxton, seconder, Councillor Erb, okay. Your e-scribes will be prompted. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit. Okay, so that is carried. So Councillor Wolf will deal with this item 7.1.3. It's the Myers Road 2023 interim active transportation improvements. Go ahead.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. This has been. Well, first of all, I'd like to say I'm quite pleased with many of the improvements that they're making. This is opposite Moffat Creek School that is where I'm concerned about. And right now they're putting in a ramp, which is excellent. My son used to live on California. There's a steep hill from California down to Myers Road, and then you'd have to cross Myers Road to go to the school. So when my granddaughter lived there, there was a rope attached to a tree that we used to use to go down. So this ramp will be definitely a big improvement. However, when we're looking at all of the improvements, there is still concern from the parents that have to drop their children off at the school. And you have to look at the sort of geography of the school. So on one side of Myers Road, you have a very steep hill up to California and other streets. On the back part of the school is Dundas, which is a very busy, fast road, okay? Then you have Branston Road on the other side. So there's
There are no sort of like in other schools, side streets where parents can park. Now, there used to be, or there still is, frankly, a kiss and ride that was built into the school. However, a number of years ago, a principal decided that it was too dangerous to have their kiss and ride and stopped allowing any parents to drop their kids off on school property, which left all the parents on Myers Road, which at that time was 50 kilometers an hour and no sidewalks on the south side, and a very dangerous situation. So I am happy to see these improvements. However, what the parents are asking for is what they call lay-by parking in front of the school, so that there can be a place for at least stopping in front. So when we continue with the improvements to Myers Road, we would like you, staff, to look into doing the lay-by parking in front of the school. And thank you for you have reduced the speed limit all the way along Myers Road, which is excellent because there are 4 schools on Myers Road. The ramp down the hill ending in a, I think what you say, level 2 crosswalk is excellent, and also a raised crosswalk at Lisbon Pines. Those are excellent improvements, but the parents still see a need for some lay-by parking in front of the school, especially since you have to have hand-to-hand kindergarten drop-off, and you also have a daycare center there. So it's very difficult for parents to access the school when there is no parking. And that's basically my comments. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a seconder for this motion? We need a mover? No, Pam was moving it. Pam's moving it. We need a seconder. Okay, Councillor Liggett. So I guess, Mathieu, are we voting on this now? Okay, so now we'll vote on the motion.
Sorry, just clarification. So what she's requested, the lay-by lane, is that just for staff to look into?
Yes, staff will look into that.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if there was going to be
It wasn't going to be an amendment. It's not an amendment to the motion. You just want staff to look into that. Okay, thanks. Okay, that's carried. Okay, so now we are on to, okay, see some chatter over there. Okay, now we're on to the regular agenda, 8.1 strategic focus, thriving economy, Brownfield Financial Incentive Program. I'm going to call on Rod Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legislative Services, to introduce the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair James. So we're doing a brief presentation here for Council because this is the first brownfield application that this Council will have been receiving, and we'd like to provide you a little bit of context. It is also a fairly significant financial decision for the region of Waterloo. It's a fairly large project, and it's got a long history. It's a very interesting reurbanization project in Cambridge, and it's one in a long series of shared brownfield program projects that have been facilitating intensification and the development of housing and commercial industrial space in the region of Waterloo for many years now. It's a very successful program, so we'd love to give you an introduction to it. So Danielle DeFields and Amanda Cutler are going to give us the Coles notes on it.
Thank you, Rod. Good afternoon, everyone. The report before you today, as Rod mentions, makes recommendations related to a tax increment grant at 130 Water Street North in the city of Cambridge. And given that this is the first tax increment grant report before this term of council, Amanda's going to provide you an overview of the regional's Brownfield Incentives Program to give you some context to start. And then she'll walk you through the report before you for consideration.
Thank you, Danielle, and good afternoon, Chair James and members of committee. Next slide, please. That's not the presentation. Thank you. Yeah, if you could just, that looks like a much older presentation and not the one that was provided for today. I can also wing it if we don't have it handy. That is a Brownfields presentation, but not the one that was for today. That's a much older one. I'm happy to go ahead, though, if you don't have the slides available. Okay, thank you. So the region's Brownfield Financial Incentive Program was established in 2007 to assist with the remediation and redevelopment of contaminated sites known as brownfields. Thank you. That is the presentation. Perfect. Thank you. We did have one. Thank you. Okay, so the program was designed to be consistent with the region's objectives of intensification and groundwater protection. The program has been revised throughout the years, and the region currently offers 2 brownfield financial incentives, a regional development charge exemption and a joint tax increment grant. The regional development charge exemption exempts an eligible brownfield from paying regional development charges in an amount that does not exceed eligible remediation costs. The current program imposes a maximum exemption of $1 million. This is a specific exemption in the RDC bylaw, available region-wide, provided certain criteria are met. The other incentive is a joint tax increment grant, where the owner is reimbursed for increased taxes on the property in an amount that does not exceed the eligible remedial costs. In the case of the RDC exemption, the exemption is not applicable until remediation is complete and the project is at building permit stage. In the case of the joint TIG, payments only occur after remediation and redevelopment. Region and area municipal staff work collaboratively to administer the joint TIG program, and approval is required from both local and regional councils. Next slide, please. So to date, the region has approved 71 brownfield financial incentives in the amount of almost $100 million. The related development results in the creation of over 6,500 new residential units and over 2.4 million square feet of new non-residential floor area. In addition, it is estimated that the combined increase in assessment value of all approved joint TIGs is greater than $1.4 billion. Next slide, please. So as it relates to the tax increment grant program, TIGs are paid out in the form of a grant back to the property owner over a specified period of time, which is capped at 10 years, or the cost of remediation, whichever is less. After the site is redeveloped and reassessed, new taxes are collected for at least 12 months before the first TIG payment can be provided. The TIG only pays for eligible remedial costs incurred on site and cannot exceed the tax increment, which is the difference between property taxes pre-remediation and post-redevelopment. Next slide, please. In terms of budgeting for TIGs, approved TIGs are added to the capital program based on estimated payments of approved agreements. TIGs are funded by the property tax levy. The annual operating budget has a provision for TIGs in the form of a transfer to the Brownfield Incentives Program Reserve. The reserve serves a stabilization function, as the timing of TIG payments can change in the capital program from year to year. TIGs are paid out in any given year and are funded from the reserve. Next slide, please. So the tax increment grant for consideration today relates to 130 Water Street North in Cambridge. The site is located between the Cambridge Mill and the Waterscape condominiums on Water Street North, between Park Hill Road and Ainsley Street North, adjacent to the Grand River. The site is currently vacant and is proposed to be redeveloped with 2 towers on a shared 2-story podium. The building is proposed to include 50,000 square feet of commercial space, 240 to 260 condominium units, 150 hotel suites, and 40 to 60 rental units. The total current value assessment increase is estimated to be over $125 million. Next slide, please. So a joint TIG was previously approved in 2011 for both 130 Water Street North and the adjacent property at 170 Water Street North. 170 Water Street North, also known as Waterscape and Waterscape 2 condominium towers, has been fully redeveloped and the TIG is fully paid out. 130 Water Street North is proceeding towards development. However, since the original approval, the development plans have changed, estimated remedial costs have increased, and the terms and conditions included in the existing agreement are no longer sufficient. The new agreement will continue to include a clause from the original agreement. This clause assigns the remaining assessment from 170 Water Street North to 130 Water Street North in order to provide for reimbursement of all eligible remedial costs incurred on 130 Water Street North. Next slide, please. So if approved, the TIG will be paid out over a longer time frame and at an increased amount than contemplated in the 2011 approval. This is an increase of $2,956,000 for the region's maximum share of the joint TIG, bringing the total regional share to $6,801,489. Next slide. As a result, staff are bringing forward the recommendation for council consideration as detailed in report PDL CPL 23-008. The City of Cambridge Council approved their share of the TIG on February 28, 2023. And that concludes our presentation, and staff from Planning, Legal, and Finance are available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Okay, there is a recommendation on the floor for this. I need a mover. Councillor Wolf, a seconder. Councillor Craig. Okay, you'll now be prompted in e-scribe. Yeah. Okay, that is carried. 8.2 we've dealt with already. Moving along to 8.3, strategic focus environmental. Oh, we already dealt with that already. Okay, moving along. 8.2.2. Oh, where are we here? Okay, all right. 8.2.2, Region of Waterloo Road User Safety Program Staff Presentation. Mathieu, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And just a very quick introduction. So following Council's priority to look at road user safety across the region, regional staff has thoroughly reviewed the current program, and the presentation that will be given to you this afternoon highlights some key initiatives to be undertaken this year. So I'll just pass it to Daryl, who's leading that road safety effort.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to give a little presentation on this year's Road User Safety Program. We already jumped into the first slide here, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about what is the goal of the Road User Safety Program. And essentially what we're trying to do is to reduce all collisions involving serious injuries and fatalities, with a particular emphasis on reducing serious collisions involving the most vulnerable road users, so cyclists and pedestrians. So again, like that's our target. It's really focused around those serious collisions that can be so devastating. So what does the road user program consist of? Well, there's 5 E's in a road user safety program, and they're most effective when they're used harmoniously. There needs to be a balance of all 5 E's in order for us to make headway in terms of improving our road user safety program. And those 5 E's are evaluation, engagement, engineering, education, and enforcement. And we're using some of those tools to try to address some of the objective and subjective safety issues. So we're looking at trying to improve, known data-driven issues that are out there. We're also looking at how we can improve perceived issues that may be impacting how people move around the region. So I'm going to really quickly walk through the 5 E's and kind of more focus on some of the new initiatives in this year's program. But the first is evaluation. Really, we do some annual network screening. We look to see where some collisions are happening for the various different modes. It could be with pedestrians, with cyclists, with automobiles. And it just gives us an opportunity to get an annual pulse check on how we're doing in terms of collision avoidance overall. So this is an annual thing that we handle. Engagement. Our engineering team works with many of our stakeholders in the region, including public health, regional police services, and our local area municipal friends. And we also hear a lot about road safety through a lot of our project-specific outreach and through contact that we hear from the public, maybe through the Service First call center. Engineering is one of the bigger pieces, and this is some of the physical solutions that we introduce to try to address systemic collision problems or maybe location-specific problems. A couple examples of systemic improvements might be pedestrian refuge islands or improved pavement markings to show conspicuity for our vulnerable users. We also look at maybe some site-specific safety improvements based on collision results or other factors that might lead us down that road. And examples might be flashing beacons or offset crosswalks. So again, we're looking to implement both types of improvements to make gains all around the network. Education, there's a component of education to road user safety program. We need to educate all users in terms of how the network is to be used. We've done a number of education campaigns in the past. As social media becomes more and more a part of our lives, we'll be looking to improve our use of social media to put some education messaging out there. And I just showed a little snapshot here of our Safe Roads website, which was part of our last education campaign. And we plan to build on this for 2023 to look for opportunities to put new messages out there. Enforcement is the 5th, and so that involves collaboration with the police services on kind of systemic and selective traffic enforcement. And of course, you guys are aware of some of the automated camera enforcement programs we have out there, including the automated speed enforcement and the red light cameras. So I'm going to just talk a little bit more about automated speed enforcement, although there is more to come in future meetings. But just a quick overview, we do have 16 sites in use today. We have approval for 8 new sites in 2023. We will be coming back soon to talk about potentially adding 8 more sites in 2023, so bringing our total to 32 by the end of this year. So we're working on a feasibility report in the background on that. We'll be bringing that to you guys for the next meeting. We'll also be talking about an acceleration of the program overall across the entire region. I think there's about 175 schools in the region, so we'll be looking at the feasibility of bringing those into the program as soon as we can. And then, of course, there was a motion to talk about community safety zones. So we'll be talking about how we see community safety zones playing into the use of ASE. And we're currently working with our area municipal friends to come up with a solution that allows us to use this consistently and effectively around the region. So just a quick highlight of some of the ongoing pilot projects. These are from past initiatives that came about in road user safety. So we're currently looking at, we have time and day and month speed restrictions in some of our school zones. This is a pilot that we started last year. I think we'll be reporting on that later in 2023. We've been looking at some flexible speed limit signs, and particularly in rural areas, as a way to try to encourage motorists to slow down in some of the critical areas. We've enacted right turn on red restrictions at some critical locations that have seen a collision history, and the idea is to monitor if there's been improvements. We have some new signage for cyclists out there. Again, we're checking to see how those are performing in terms of collision avoidance. And we have a few locations in our rural all-way stop control pilot, and that essentially is looking at using all-way stop control at locations that maybe fall in between the cracks of the warrants, but maybe for other reasons was desired to be there. So we're doing some homework on that to see how they're performing, and we'll eventually be reporting back to council on those. So I'll get to kind of the new stuff, which is maybe a little bit more interesting. So one of the things we've heard about is comfort and safety around roundabouts, especially for pedestrians. Our statistics are showing that pedestrians are getting hit a little bit less frequently at roundabouts than they are at traditional traffic signals. But there is a perception out there that they're not safe. And so we're looking at a couple of options to try to address that. Now, some of these are more suitable for some locations than others, but we're going to be looking at piloting potentially raised crosswalks at roundabouts. And the idea is that the raising the crosswalk forces motorists to slow down as they traverse the crosswalk. We're also going to be looking at flashing beacons with accessible pedestrian signals, and that, again, that is hopefully designed to have driver compliance, driver yield improve at roundabouts as we look to get pedestrians that priority. It also allows us the opportunity to use accessible pedestrian signals and help some of our visually impaired users navigate roundabouts. We're also looking at how we illuminate our roundabouts. So we're doing sort of a systemic review of our roundabouts and also a few site-specific checks. Some of our roundabouts, we're now designing what we would call kind of readiness for the Dutch-style roundabout. Now, this is an example from England. It includes a circle on the outside of the travel lanes for cyclists. We can't actually use this design in Ontario with the way the Highway Traffic Act is set up today. But what we're looking to do is to make sure that the footprint and the design for some of our roundabouts that are coming up are ready to be adapted to this style design when we inevitably can get there, or hopefully can get there through changes in the HTA. For traffic signals, there's a sort of newer traffic signal design called a protected intersection. They're specifically designed to highlight cyclists and pedestrians and sort of emphasize that they need to be protected from motorists. So we are seeing some of these slowly start to roll out in the region, but every time we look at traffic signals, especially in locations that have a lot of active transportation users, we'll be looking to adopt some of these design features to help improve conditions for our AT users. Yeah, we're going to be looking at the way we allocate pedestrian crossings along regional roads. The warrants are a little bit rigid in the way that they're prepared now and per provincial guidance, and today the region largely follows provincial guidance. But we're going to be looking for opportunities to roll out pedestrian crossings at locations where historically they haven't been warranted, but again, maybe there's a reason for it, maybe near a park or a critical location where there's a lot of foot traffic. So we were directed by council at the February 7th P&W meeting to look at a rural traffic speed compliance program. So that has actually launching very soon. We're going to be collaborating with township staff on this, and we're kicking off the meeting, having the kickoff meeting in early May. The idea is to come up with a comprehensive program to look at solutions and problem areas and how we can address some of the speeding concerns in some of the rural settlement areas. And then the last one, we're going to be looking at the increased use of right turn on red restrictions. So I mentioned that we are doing this at a few critical locations where maybe there's been a collision history, but we're looking at a potential systemic use of right turn on red restriction bans because quite frankly, right turn on reds is a movement that we allow strictly for traffic flow and for reducing delays. But one of the costs of it is it may be a little bit uncomfortable or unsafe for pedestrians. So we're going to be looking at the feasibility of rolling this out a little bit more widely around the region. It's in its infancy at this stage. We haven't really had our chance to sink our teeth into this yet, but it's something that's on our radar. That brings me to the end of the presentation. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I see a couple questions coming up. So Councillor Foxton, I'll start with you.
Thank you, and if you may indulge me, if you go to page 3, that's a beautiful double roundabout. Where is that? On the slide? I'm going to ask you a bunch about the slides, so keep your slide up. Julie's coming to fix everything.
Are you talking about the 5Es page?
It says 3 of 16, and it's the 5Es, yes, that picture.
It's a good question. I'm actually not sure where that is.
Probably not the region, but it's really nice. Okay, next is page 4. It said flexible speed, nope, it's page 5. The flexible speed limits, wherever flexible speed limits are. What is flexible speed limits in the township?
Yeah, so it's not that the speed limits themselves are flexible, it's the posts, it's those kind of bollards that we're putting in the middle of the roadway that are flexible to allow for...
all the ones that got broken off the first day.
In some cases, yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That's a waste of money, I'm sorry. The next one is rural all-way stop control. Do you mean just four-way stops?
Just four-way stops, yeah.
Okay. And the Dutch roundabout looks really confusing. But that's all I had. Thank you. I'll get lost in there.
Thanks, Sue. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you very much to you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in St. Benedict's School, the roundabouts that are being proposed. Are they still going ahead?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm sitting on that project team that's being managed by Design and Construction, and there's been no decision made yet by the project team. They're still looking at alternatives. Roundabouts are still on the table, but so are traffic signals as well.
Okay. If I may go back then and just suggest that if in fact we go to a roundabout there, that all the things you talked about with pedestrian lights and raised walkways, all of that should be, in that particular area, be considered. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I also had questions about the roundabouts, and I'm sure your staff's going to hear a lot more about it tomorrow night at Wilmot's roundabout meeting. But my question, again, goes back to people with low vision in our community being a pedestrian through a roundabout. Data fails to include them, I would say, often, and certainly CNIB actually has a whole website on Clear Our Path, and roundabout design is in there. And they do also cite that it presents significant challenges for people impacted by blindness and low vision, including many people learn alternate travel routes to avoid encountering a roundabout. How are we addressing those people in our community? Statistically speaking, they exist in our community. We obviously can't prevent them from living anywhere that's near a roundabout or having to go through one. How are we addressing them when we're looking at wholesomely providing safety to everyone on our roads?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's a good question. And yeah, roundabouts are a little bit tricky for sure for users that have low vision. Quite frankly, like we don't have a lot of tools in the toolbox today. Our hope is through the adoption of something like accessible pedestrian signals, which provide the same kind of level of service that we see at traffic signals, might be a good start. But we plan to kind of evolve our designs over time to try to be a little bit more inclusive for some of our low vision residents.
Okay, thank you very much. Just in general to your staff, I would say, personally, I don't think that's acceptable to go back afterwards and try and consider people. Right now, we're at a point where we can be considering people in our design plans, and I don't think that they should be an afterthought in our community, intentionally excluding them. I would really recommend that you check out Clearing Our Path. It's a CNIB website, and they have a whole section on roundabouts and ways to help mitigate and help them navigate that I think could really be applied in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to kind of add on to that before I go to the next speaker, there's the Grand River Advisory Accessibility Committee and connecting with them throughout with the work that they're doing as well regarding accessibility and you know, roundabouts and everything else. Okay, moving on to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And just picking up a little bit on Councillor Salonen and your point, there was a few places, just a note that there's a few places in the presentation and in the report that refer to pedestrians, but just to be mindful of people who, there's not just pedestrians or cyclists, there's people who use other mobility devices like like wheelchairs. So to just be mindful of that, and as well as the people that with low vision, as Councillor Salonen just raised. My question, though, is, so first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for putting this report together and this presentation together, because, you know, road safety is something that's really critically important. And I know a few weeks ago, there were some issues around a couple of really unfortunate incidences with our LRT, and people were, I think, a little bit up in arms about the fact that there's been 3 or 4 collisions in the past maybe 3 years. But when I read through this report and noted that there's like 6,000 collisions and 1,500 injuries every year on our roads, like those statistics, those are big statistics. Those are really concerning statistics, and it, for me, it just really put that that safety issue in a great deal of stark perspective. So, and in addition to those collisions, there's also impacts on our fire, paramedics, lawyers, insurance. Like these are very costly and often life-changing things. So I think it's really imperative that we do as much as we can around road safety, because of the consequences and the consequences involved and the numbers involved. So my question, I had a couple of questions. One of them is around the no right turn on red, and what would be needed to be required in order to do that more than just at critical intersections? And I'm curious how, you know, if the data is telling us that that's something like some other municipalities, like Montreal, for example, they just have a blanket no right turn on red, as far as I understand, and if what it would take for us, or if there's an appetite to go there.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. As I kind of mentioned, the idea is a little bit in its infancy yet. So for us to get there, the plan would to kind of conduct a bit of a study on it to understand what are some of the challenges to actually implement such a program. Like logistically, it can be a little bit of a challenge in terms of communicating how this is rolling out across the region, right? So if it's not consistent with other regions, like does it involve installing no right turn on red signs at every traffic signal around the region, or is there another way that we can effectively roll this out without being so sign intensive? So kind of understanding the logistics of how this would actually happen is part of it. And then the other part is a study to understand, you know, exactly what would we expect to achieve by doing that. So the first step at this stage would be to kind of undertake that work. And, you know, it would involve a scan of best practices, what they're doing in Montreal, what they're doing in other cities where they've seen successes or any advice that they can provide to how we might successfully adopt such a program.
And I don't want to oversimplify it or any of the work you do, but I mean, I know if I go to Montreal, I don't turn right on a red, and I don't need a sign to tell me that. So I don't want to overcomplicate issues like this, but I also know that when I used to walk my daughters to school and crossing University and Fisher-Hallman, just as one anecdote, we nearly got hit as a family of 4 with a dog, very visible. We nearly got hit every day with drivers turning right on red. So I don't know that intensive signs are required if we actually just move to a community that said, when you come to this region, you don't turn right on red. So I'll leave that there. But I had asked a question a couple of months ago when we were talking about the automatic speed cameras of our former solicitor, Jeff Schelling, and the question was if it's possible for a community for us as a region legally to just say that we are a community safety zone so that we had more flexibility on where we put cameras. But I hadn't, I know he's no longer with us, but I hadn't had a response to that. So I don't know if is that possible to just can we as a regional council say that our entire community is a community safety zone to give us, do we have the authority to do that? Or is that provincial legislation or regulation?
Through the chair, I can take this one because last time I was, I learned a lot about community safety zones in the last few months after your question. So we looked into into that and how to manage it. So we are actually bringing that in the summer to you to try to give you some options on what we can do with community safety zones, understand their impacts and their implications. I would say as a whole today, community safety zones cannot cover an entire community because they need a certain set of criteria that identify why is safety specifically critical there. But there are ways, so there are mechanisms to be able to, and that's what we'd like to bring to council is some options on what are the criteria that you'd like to consider to be able to go beyond school zones, which is the target of ASC today.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I'll look forward to that report and information when it comes back. And just again, thank you for bringing this report back, and thank you for the, just in continuing to remind people of whether it's the LRT, the public education campaigns that you're running. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I go to Paris, Ontario, I see their all-way cross with the X from all the corners as well as the standard ones. And I find that really works quite well. Have you looked at their collision with pedestrian stats and why they put it in, whether they find it effective today? Have we looked at doing that at all?
Through you, Chair. No, I haven't spoken with the administrators of that roadway in Paris, but we can certainly take that back and talk to them and find out what their experiences have been.
Okay. Can I have a second question, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
One of the discussions that we also had the last time we talked about roundabouts was having a button for pedestrians to hit when they're going to cross so that it's an alert to the cars coming who can't see them for whatever reason, just to warn them that there's pedestrians about to cross. Have we moved forward on considering that yet? Or is that what accessible pedestrian crosswalks are? I noticed you had accessible pedestrian signals. Is that what that is?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, that's exactly it. So the idea would be to put flashing beacons, so the kind of the flashing yellow lights, with an APS push button that indicates that the flashing beacons are on. And the idea is to try to, like I said, to try to improve the yielding of cars to pedestrians in the crosswalk. But at this stage, we're at the point of kind of piloting it because we have some concerns around some negative effects of using these treatments in terms of the perception around what the flashing lights actually mean. And the reality is a pedestrian in that type of crossover and that type of pedestrian crosswalk actually has the right of way anyways, regardless of whether the lights are flashing or not. And so when you start to run into scenarios where lights are being used or not used inconsistently, we have concerns around what the implications of that are for pedestrians. But as I mentioned in the slides, we're looking at piloting this because it may be a tool that's helpful for some of our low vision users to actually be able to navigate the roundabouts.
Okay, thanks for that. But my point wasn't about them having the right of way. It was about warning cars so cars are not, drivers don't become the victims of not seeing that there's a pedestrian coming, because there are roundabouts in my community where it's very difficult to see a pedestrian, and if I ever hit one, I don't think I'd ever get behind a wheel of a car again. Thanks.
Okay.
Just through the chair, just I think there's, and having looked at that at a global scale, I think we want to look at it very carefully, depending on the context of the roundabout, because there are some areas I know when there was the collision at Herb and Ira Needles, for example. So we went over to look at illumination impacts, but there's already so much visual information because of all the commercial signs that are around you that the flashing light just kind of saturates the driver's mind. So it would be actually, it wouldn't add anything from a visibility standpoint to the driver. Whereas there are some other areas where these flashing lights really add visibility. So I think the context of the roundabout there matters a lot, and that's what we're trying to understand a little bit more carefully. Is what's the right context for these lights versus areas where these lights could be even counterproductive.
Then maybe it shouldn't be a flashing light in those areas, maybe a solid red to say there's a pedestrian crossing like any other red light at a intersection. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Liggett. Councillor Huniak.
On a serious note, thank you, Chair. On a serious note, I want to say thank you to my colleagues for noting that accessibility should never be an afterthought. On a slightly more silly note, but food for thought perhaps, I am a visually impaired wheelchair user who uses roundabouts all the time, and I likely use them without thinking because I can't see how dangerous they are. So even with the light signals and so on, that's not necessarily improving the accessibility for those who can't see them. So the onus needs to be on the drivers in that respect.
Agreed, Councillor Huniak. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just a couple of notes here. The pedestrian crosswalk with the flashing lights on Cedar Street in front of the store there. What's the grocery store? Do you know, down from Southwood? That works really well, but it's got good visibility, so I can see coming down that hill or going up that hill quite ahead of time that there's going to be somebody crossing. So it works really well in Cambridge. Also, I was on Hespeler Road last night or the night before and noticed the no right turn on a red at Dunbar. And that was really good too, because you're right, there's so much traffic and people wanting to get through so quickly that they do turn on that red. And if anybody's walking, and it's right by McDonald's, so a lot of people do cross there. So they both, I think, are very, very interesting and work well. The Paris one is quite interesting. So down in their downtown core, it's a 4-way traffic light. And then it pauses and it's a 4-way stop, and that's when pedestrians can cross. They can't cross any other time, but they have to wait. Causes huge congestion. They're reevaluating it because the backup of traffic while waiting for the pedestrians to cross, especially at rush hour times, is kilometers long. So they're reevaluating it on how they're going to do it because it was a great idea, but it just kills traffic. You could take maybe 10 times before you get through a light. So, thanks.
Thank you. Just a question, and I think it's picking up off of what Councillor Foxton said in terms of road safety. And I've been in communities, Toronto, for example, around like Yonge and Dundas, where they have the full stopping, the crosswalk is going focused on pedestrians, and then you have the car access. I think, is that what you're... Yeah, it's similar in Toronto. Is that something that's being evaluated where, I mean, even walking in the middle of the road where it stops, especially I'm thinking around the university areas, those high traffic student or even core around some of the transit hubs?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So that's referred to a kind of a pedestrian priority phase, which basically stops all traffic and allows the pedestrians the priority to move kind of anywhere they want through the intersection. We do look at these kind of as projects come up. We haven't made the strides yet to actually use it, but we can take that back. It's something that we could look at, developing a warrant where that may be kind of an appropriate sort of treatment. But we have been kind of looking at them sort of on a project basis.
Okay, yeah, if staff could look into that and get back just on what that would look like, or even identified areas potentially down the road for that. Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. There isn't with this, it's just for information? Okay, excellent. Okay, so that was for information. Moving along to 8.2.3. This one does involve a motion. It is regarding Stage 2 ION project status update. There'll be a staff presentation. Turning it over to you, Matthew.
Thank you, Chair James. So this is an important moment in the life of the ION project and Stage 2. So just as for an introduction, I think the report that's brought to you today is really about confirming the options that will be considered in the business case. So that's really an important moment in the life cycle of the project, where we've done a lot of the feasibility work, we've looked at the performance, and we'll present to you some of the results of what where we're getting today in terms of costs and benefits. We've done the selection of the preferred route, we've done the environmental assessment, so all of this background work is there, and now is really the time to focus on what is the project that we want to make a case for to obtain the required federal and provincial funding. So I'll leave it to Matthew O'Neill, our manager of Rapid Transit Coordination, to bring you through a presentation of these updated, the most recent analysis of this project.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And through you, Chair, my name is Matthew O'Neill. I'm the manager of Rapid Transit Coordination. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you for having me. I will give you a brief project update and overview. I will cover what we've done to date, what the project goals are, what the benefits are, what the route looks like, and what the updated costs are, and what the next steps will be. Next slide, please. So as Matthew already stated, we have completed a route evaluation. So we looked at various alternative routes between 2015 and 2019, undertook a lot of public consultation as part of that work. That was all part of the pre-planning work in preparation for the streamlined environmental assessment process called the Transit Project Assessment Process. That formal process can be completed in 6 months, which we did between 2020 and 2021. As part of that, we completed an environmental project report. It documents the entire process, what the project description is, the potential environmental impacts, and how we will mitigate those. It also documents all of the public consultation that we've undertaken, and we also have a functional design. Next slide, please. This is the preferred route and station locations that were endorsed by Council in 2019. And so it's 17 and a half kilometers long with 8 new stations between Fairway Station in Kitchener and downtown Cambridge. I will hold here for a moment. As part of the costing exercise, we broke out the costs according to 3 different alternatives. And we did that because the Ministry of Transportation will expect, as part of the business case, that we have some kind of alternative in the business case. And so for this, it will be sort of phasing or staging or looking at a shortened length. And so that's why we've broken out the cost to build just to Pine Bush Station, just to between Fairway and the Delta Station, or the full length between Fairway and downtown Cambridge Station. Next slide, please. So the goals for Stage 2 ION are very closely aligned with the regional official plan. It's to provide greater transportation choice, to protect farmland, our very valuable and rich country, farmland, agricultural land. It's to build a thriving economy, to attract talent, to attract development and investment, and to have that global reach. It's to build vibrant urban places where people want to be, where there's places to go, where people can get around easily, and people can interact on a human scale at their locations, on the street. One of the goals is to foster opportunities for current and future generations. We want to have jobs. We want to accommodate the growth that we expect. We also want to support a sustainable region. So not only through sustainable transportation, but we want to support sustainable growth. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Some of the benefits, there are various benefits with the project: transportation benefits, environmental benefits, social benefits, economic benefits, and so this project will expand access to the regions and the province's transit system and services. We have a number of major hubs in the region that provide transit inside the region and beyond. We have provincial transit services coming here, so this project will build on those and connect more people to those services. It will leverage strategic investments, as I said, in intra and interregional transit. It will support 15-minute communities and allow people to get to destinations more quickly. It will attract mixed-use developments into our urban areas, so we can have residential, commercial, we can have employment uses. And it will also support a range of housing types, so people can live in a more compact urban form, and it will support the ability to live without needing to own a personal vehicle. Next slide, please. So as I said, these cost estimates have been broken out according to three alternatives: A, B, and C. A being between Fairway and Pine Bush Station, B being to the Delta, C being the full length to downtown Cambridge. And so the capital costs here have been estimated. We retained a firm, a specialized cost estimating and consulting firm to undertake these cost estimates. They have experience on projects, recent LRT projects within Ontario, across Canada, and internationally. They have a great database of numbers to work with. So the escalated capital costs, these are costs that have been brought forward to a future date. It has been assumed for the purpose of this exercise that construction would occur from 2030 to 2035. That's an assumption at this time, but yet to be determined and confirmed. So escalated capital costs for option A are $2.9 billion, for B, $3.93 billion, and for C, for the full length, $4.46 billion. So that cost includes the cost to build, the cost to plan, to design, property, vehicles. It's basically an all-in capital cost. So that's hard costs and soft costs. You can go back one, please. So it includes property, but I've broken out property here explicitly because property is not something that would be eligible for cost sharing with upper levels of government. So in any case, property would need to be fully funded by the region. And so those costs vary between $125 million to $200 million for the alternatives. And I have an annualized cost here for operations, maintenance, and rehabilitation, also known as life cycle costs. This is averaged out. It would vary over the lifespan, but this is just to give you an idea of what those costs would be. So stage one is part of the contract. These costs for operations, maintenance, rehabilitation, financing, and insurance. So the annual payments for stage one as part of the contract were about, at financial close, were about $30 million per year on average. Next slide, please. So the next steps for the project, we've retained a consultant to undertake the South Terminus reevaluation process. So we expect to complete that by this summer so we can have another look and be confident of what the south terminus looks like. This fall, we'll be in a position to issue a request for proposals for an initial business case, and we'll also be completing the south terminus functional design if it's at a new location. By the end of 2024, we can complete the initial business case, or IBC. 2025 to 2026, we'll advance some preliminary design work and field investigations. This is necessary to advance the project to a higher class of cost estimate and reduce risks and be in a position where we can have cost estimates that we can request funding. At this level right now, the maturity of the design and the class of cost estimate, it's not quite at a level where the Treasury Board is going to, take that number and we could expect a commitment. So there is some level of advancement we need to do with the design in order to be in a position to request, have a number and request funding. And so around that time, we'll also do a preliminary design business case. Next slide. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, noting that this is very potentially very important moment at Council. So we do have a couple requests to speak. I'm going to start with Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. The first thing I have to say is that I'm very proud to let you all know that Matt was a former student of mine. And though I taught him English, he did win the Science Award for the school. Though he was very good in English as well. All right. So nice to see you again, Matt. I guess the big question here is the $4.463 billion. That's a lot of money. Do we think that the provincial and federal government are going to fund this with us, I realize?
That's a great question. I can't speak on their behalf. That's difficult to say. I think the factors would come down to this. In all likelihood, I would expect that the strength of the business case would be a factor there. There have been projects that have received full funding, and there have been projects that have not received full funding for capital costs. So unfortunately, I'm not, it's difficult to speculate.
Okay. Follow up. While we're waiting for this funding and for the business case, and 2030 is what you're talking, we do need to increase or show that we have ridership. Would it be possible for us to have rapid bus along the LRT corridor while we're waiting for this magical funding? Like, I just think that in Cambridge, we really need to improve our transportation system. We have been paying for the LRT since it was built. We continue to pay. And in Cambridge, it's fine for us to say to the people, someday the federal and provincial governments may fund us and it'll be 2030. But in the meantime, if we had a dedicated bus line along the LRT line, we could increase ridership along that way. We would, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
That's another very complicated question, to be honest. I think the part of the goal of the project is to make an investment that will not only attract people to it, so it needs to be very frequent, very reliable. It needs to have its own dedicated rapid way. So it sounds like you're describing a situation where with buses along this route with their own, their own exclusive lanes. But it would also need to be an investment that demonstrates to the private industry, to the development community of our commitment, a high level of service, such that it attracts the type of development we're trying to get, the higher densities, the mixed uses. We would need to run a business case to test that. I also can't say that it would make sense, it would be logical that we could convert bus to LRT. In some cases, that may not make sense, depending on where you go. I would also say that the alignment for buses may not make sense where we've shown it for LRT. So in some cases on this route, has been chosen, or we've resulted in this route and some grade separations because of LRT's particular needs. So if you're opening it up to buses, you would at the same time have to open it up to looking at the route and what makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Huniak.
Through you, Chair James. So as I understand it, in the proposal, there's a proposal that's the short route, the medium route, and the longest route. And the way that I see it, the longest route is not double the cost of the shortest route. And so I'm just thinking, if we're going to go into this, is there advantages other than financial considerations or reasons that we would pick a shorter route? I'm kind of the mindset that if we're going to go into this, we should go all the way, literally and figuratively.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a number of concerns about the costing, and I know you can't answer that. I don't expect you to. But I think we need to have, Madam Chair, some sort of commentary from someone that will look at this and say to us if this is realistic. Because quite frankly, I don't believe it is, in any sense of the word. No government's going to give $4.46 billion to Cambridge to run an LRT. And that's in 2030, which is, 7 years away. That's not going to happen. So let's start looking at this from a different perspective. I agree with rapid transit. I agree that Cambridge needs to have something, but I think also what we need to have is some reality on what we can get. And this document doesn't show that. I am not blaming staff. Staff here weren't here when the original project started. Neither were any of the councillors. We're kind of the inheritance of that. And I think what we need to do is to have some outside peer review on this to some extent of this situation, because it is a situation, and give us some further information for those people that actually work with government bodies with regards to extracting money, if in fact this is ever feasible. In my opinion, it's completely not. So let's be honest about it. People of Cambridge need to hear that, and they need to hear what the next steps are if in fact this won't work. So I have a lot of concerns about it. I also don't think we have the ridership in 230. If you could correct me on that. Do we have the ridership that warrants LRT in 230? That's 7 years out.
Thank you, Councillor.
I can wait for an answer later on from somebody else. Okay? I can.
You want to? Okay, great.
Through the chair, I can take that one. The motive for LRT and rail-based, I mean, there are many reasons for rail, but some are related to capacity and ridership, but that's not the only reason why you would go to rail. So first, there's the continuity of itinerary all the way to Kitchener or Waterloo, because if we did have a bus alternative, there would be, we would have to have a transfer at Fairway. So there's a lot of different reasons that can that would make us go towards one recommended mode over another. Ridership, I think in the forecast that we had in 2030 was about 10 to 15,000 riders a day, which is comparable to what we have today on the ION LRT. So it is looking into the future, but so I would say if you want to look at alternatives, I think we'd have to look at it from a broad perspective. Ridership is one factor. We understood also, and one of the great positives of the ION LRT today is how it was able to funnel private investment along the corridor. And so that's another key critical factor where we'd have to compare alternatives with respect to their ability to mobilize private investment and to kind of channel growth onto that central corridor. So there are multiple factors that we would have to consider too.
I understand that, but we can consider all the multiple factors, and I agree with what you're saying to a great extent. But then if we don't have the funding, we could be looking at 2050 for a train. I mean, if the money's not there, I think what we need some answers to is outside this region, people who are familiar with funding for projects to give us an answer if this is even feasible, because I don't believe it is. And I think we have to be honest about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair James. First, I wanted to say I was very disappointed that the information sessions were canceled with respect to this. I look back to the sessions we had with respect to the Blue Box and the changes in the Blue Box program, and that was very informative and allowed us to come to council with more information, an opportunity to ask a bunch of questions and have a better consideration. Here we're talking about billions of dollars, expected to make some decisions at 5:50 after a long day of sitting here. And my view is I'd like to move a motion to defer this, have those sessions, and then come back and ask these questions, because Councillor Craig, he raises some very good questions. Councillor Wolf, I mean, the Cambridge contingent knows their community. We're talking about $5 billion for fewer stations in a community that some question whether we have sufficient ridership. So I've just got a real concern about this. I mean, I'd like to see us continue to advance the project, but what are the costs at the different stages to advance? And why are we talking about, a 4-station option versus the full thing? It just doesn't. I'm just really disappointed that those sessions got canceled, and I don't know why they got canceled. I thought, they were all organized, and at the last minute it got canceled. I'd like to defer. I'll move a motion for deferral and ask that part of that we put those sessions back on so that we can have a better opportunity to question, take more time with respect to this. Council meetings are fine, but we're restricted in what we can stay and ask. And those sessions, like the Blue Box one we had, that was excellent, and I really wish we would have had that for this as well.
Thank you, Councillor Deutschman. Bruce, I think you want to respond.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for raising that, Councillor Deutschman. We've just been talking as a leadership team throughout the day, saying, how do we give more time for these types of things, and how, perhaps a special council meeting. The reason those meetings were deferred was because groups of councillors meeting to advance, the risk was to advance the business. So we thought a special council meeting would be better. It wasn't intended to cancel those and never come back. So I think you'll get full support from staff for having a meeting with all of council there. I think it's important that council be there collectively rather than in groups, so that people can hear individual questions and not have some sessions have some questions asked and not the other. So the leadership team would fully support some forum, and I'd suggest a special council meeting. It's too rushed and too late in the day to make this kind of decision, so you'll get our support for that.
Okay, so we will have so we'll get to the motion. There's a few more speakers. And then we'll come back if clerks can assist with typing up. Then we're just dealing with the deferral? Okay, all right. So motion to defer, moved by Councillor Deutschman, seconded by Councillor Craig, and we will have the
time and place.
The date.
Time and place.
Okay, yes. When will it be deferred to?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I'm sad. What is this? This is April, May, June, July. I'm fine to defer it to July July committee day?
We don't have committee in July, potentially maybe
Okay,
August.
I was just picking a date. June this is April, June, or is there August? Do we meet in August?
June and August, so one of the two, but I don't,
Well, I'll defer to staff. Which would they prefer?
What would you prefer time-wise?
Yeah, earlier is better. This is there's a lot of work to be done, and I think August is way too late. So we'll look for time even in May.
Okay. All
right.
Well, let's just err on the side of caution here and say June, and if you can come before that, at least it gives a little bit of
Point of order?
Yeah.
I believe that this should happen sooner rather than later. I totally support having a special council meeting so we can have this discussion as a group rather than one-offs. And so I would say May is probably preferable.
Okay, I agree with that.
Okay. So this will be deferred to a special council meeting that will be held in May, by May. Okay. All right. So,
Madam Chair, I think it'll be a special council meeting, but the point is this would come back to our May committee meetings, just for clarity. Is that what Councillor or Chair Redmond, is that what you were suggesting?
I guess what I was seeking clarification on is I totally support a special meeting where we could discuss this as the only topic at hand. And I think it should happen in May as opposed to August or June.
Right. And when would this motion that's before us today, when would you like to see it come back to committee? In June?
It would have to come back whenever the special council meeting.
Right.
Again, we could have a special council meeting to deal with this if council felt that they had sufficient time to explore all of the aspects.
Okay, so my motion to defer then would be to the June committee.
okay. So now E-Scribe will be prompted. So we've got a mover, seconder.
I know there's no discussion on it's a question though on the deferral, if I may, and I don't know if my.
Go ahead, Jim.
So Councillor Craig was asking for some outside advice in terms of funding capabilities from other municipalities or experts, and I'm just wondering if that's the expectation for when we would meet in June, because it seems to me that would be a pretty onerous task to bring that kind of information back.
Do you want to clarify?
That was just an aside from past experience where we had gone and Cambridge to outside sources for information about projects at Queen's Park and the federal government, how they were coming along and what were the expectations when we could get the monies. You can do the same thing here. And I'm not wrapping that in this motion that's in front of us, okay? I've just had experience doing it.
Okay.
Okay, as long as it's not a game stopper.
Okay. Okay, we're ready to vote? All right. You'll be prompted soon. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, so we are moving to 8.3.3, Water Supply Strategy Update. This is a staff presentation. There is a motion on the floor. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Jennifer Rose.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the water supply strategy. I'm joined today with our new Director of Water and Wastewater Services, Mary McNeil. This is her 5th week at the region, so although she's doing the presentation, we're going to go back and forth with answering questions because she's still new to the region. And I'd like to give a short introduction to this report prior to Director McNeil doing the presentation. And I thought I'd start with the Haudenosaunee Thanksgiving Address, which was published in 1993 and provided courtesy of Six Nations Indian Museum and Tracking Project, which is on the waters. We give thanks to all the waters of the world for quenching our thirst and providing us with strength. Water is life. We know its power in many forms, waterfalls and rain, mists and streams, rivers and oceans. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to the Spirit of Water. So during the budget process, we talked a lot about how the official plan and strategic plan inform master plans and subsequently the capital budget. And it's through the master plan process that Council determines the prioritization of projects in the capital plan, the educational programs which we could implement, and any policies which need to be developed based on the study. So the water supply strategy incorporates policies within the regional official plan, including recognizing the cultural significance of the Grand River and groundwater to support Indigenous relationships and reconciliation, facilitating urban agriculture and thriving food system, focus on intensification servicing needs, the requirement of green infrastructure and low impact developments to better manage stormwater runoff, supporting the recharge area and the protected countryside and associated countryside line. And it supports in particular, and this is a quote from the plan, a clean and sustainable supply of water is essential to the existing and future health and prosperity of the region. This plan provides for the long-term protection of the region's groundwater resources for future generations. So although we're calling this a strategy, it is a master plan. This strategy will take a look at not only supply and infrastructure, but conservation programming, leaks and policies so that we can manage our water resources wisely so that we don't need to take as much water from the ground and the river, and hopefully through conservation practices we can manage how much we take from the river. So now I'd like to turn it over to Director McNeil to go through the presentation.
Thanks, Jennifer, and good evening, members of Planning Works Committee. I'm pleased to be sharing a high-level overview of the upcoming water supply strategy with you today, as we're in the beginning stages of this important work. Next slide, please. To build understanding around the plan for the new water supply strategy, it's best outlined in 3 parts. First, we'll recap the background of the region's water supply system. Next, we'll review where we landed on the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan. And finally, I'll share objectives, guiding principles, and the project schedule for the new water supply strategy. Next slide, please. Starting from the background, it's helpful to review the water supply system structure. Water supply and distribution in Waterloo Region is a 2-tiered system. The region is responsible for drinking water to the local area municipalities. The region is like a wholesaler and sets the rate that the local area municipalities pay, which influences what their rate is for customers. Local area municipalities are responsible for delivering water to residents and businesses. Exceptions to this structure are North Dumfries and Wellesley. For these 2 communities, the region owns and operates the water distribution system rather than the local area municipality. This means the region is responsible for supplying drinking water, delivering water to customers, and setting the user rates. Next slide, please. We know water is a finite resource in Waterloo Region. We carefully need to manage our groundwater resources. The amount of water that can be used for drinking water is limited based on our local sources. The 2 sources that supply drinking water in Waterloo Region are the Grand River and groundwater wells. 25% of the drinking water supply comes from the Grand River, which is considered a surface water source. The remaining 75% of drinking water comes from groundwater wells, which pumps water from aquifers that are beneath the ground surface. Next slide, please. Next, we look at where the region uses and has water. The region has 1 integrated urban water system and 16 rural water systems. The integrated urban system services the cities of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo, as well as some communities in the local townships of Woolwich, Wilmot, and North Dumfries. The benefit of the integrated urban system is the flexibility to transfer water from where it's located to where it's needed. Where it provides value, rural systems can also be connected to the integrated urban system to enhance flexibility and reduce operating costs. Recent examples of this include the West Montrose and Conestoga water systems. As you can see in this figure, we have a surplus of water available in Kitchener and Cambridge, which is used to help supply the communities in Waterloo and Woolwich. Next slide, please. Next, understanding where we left off in our last master plan provides good insight. Additional new groundwater supplies were identified in Cambridge and Waterloo to help accommodate proposed new growth. An important outcome of the 2015 update was the deferral of the Lake Erie pipeline beyond the 2051 planning horizon. Water efficiency and aquifer storage recovery initiatives were an important part of this overall strategy. Aquifer storage recovery is where the region takes water from the Grand River that is treated at the Mannheim Water Treatment Plant and stores it in the ground until it is needed. It's a way of using the natural environment to help meet high demands instead of using built infrastructure like larger storage tanks. When demands are high, groundwater wells that are designed to recover the stored water pump the water to send it for treatment into our water distribution system. Next slide, please. Since the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan, new information continues to become available. The updated draft regional official plan amendment has been completed and is now with the province. The region's population is forecasted to grow by 300,000 people by 2051. This is approximately 20% greater water demand than the forecast that was used in the 2015 master plan, which means we now need to find more water. Climate change impacts and the region's commitment to 2050 have been better defined. Water services, for example, can help achieve transform WR mitigation targets through improved and efficient process equipment, as well as net zero energy buildings. We know climate change affects Waterloo Region's water sources through more sustained hot weather days in the summer and changes in intensity and frequency of rainfall events and flooding. Our system will need to be designed with resiliency in mind for current and expected climate conditions. The new water supply strategy we're now starting will build on the recommendations of the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan, including updated approaches for water efficiency, conservation, and reuse. Next slide, please. The focus of the new water supply strategy is the region's integrated urban system. Ongoing optimization and servicing reviews for rural water systems will be dealt separately and outside of this project. The goals of this project are to evaluate current sustainable water supply sources and water demands, population and economic growth and how it impacts future water demands, the gap between today's water supply and tomorrow's needs in a sustainable, efficient way, and the effect of climate change on our water supply resources. The recommendation of the water supply strategy is an important part of developing the region's water capital program. This study will identify and prioritize projects to ensure the best overall approach to meet the community's drinking water needs. Next slide, please. 6 guiding principles have been identified for the water supply strategy based on the project charter. First, sustainability refers to minimizing climate change risks and energy use to ensure the region has a secure water supply for years to come. An important part of sustainability will be balancing the need for additional supply sources to accommodate growth with greater water efficiency and conservation measures, meaning less new water supply sources will be needed. This will result in energy savings by not having to convey and treat additional water. Where additional supply sources are needed, one of the first steps in the project will be to identify potential future additional supply from groundwater wells. A key consideration for this process will be ensuring that the amount of water that we draw from groundwater wells can protect resources for the future. Next, source protection refers to protecting water supply sources using best management practices in monitoring, resource management, and policies. For example, a key concern for our water supply is the application of salt for road and parking lot maintenance. The project will review the ability of salt reduction programs to mitigate water quality impacts. Strategic alignment refers to the advancing of the region's strategic plan to deliver a world-class water system. This project will also align with the region's official plan amendment and transform WR. Engagement involves creating opportunity for the community input to develop a strategy that aligns with community values. A communications and engagement plan is being developed to share information and collect feedback. Innovation is an important principle as we consider new technology and best practices to save money and maximize operational efficiencies. As the region already has a mature water efficiency and conservation program, the approach for innovation will likely build on options related to residents' water use behavior. An example of how this is done for our existing program includes the outside water use bylaw. Finally, the guiding principle of collaboration includes connecting with valued partners, including Indigenous right holders, local municipalities, and community members, to develop a water system that benefits current and future generations. The project will also include a planning and technical advisory committee to provide input to the project team at key milestones. The committee will include representatives from local area municipalities, the Grand Water Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. Next slide, please. The water supply strategy update has just begun and is aiming to be completed by the end of 2025. Currently, the project is in stage 1, which focuses on identifying key issues and opportunity for water efficiency and conservation. The project focuses on understanding the future water needs in the region. The next step is stage 2, which will identify opportunities for a more efficient water system, managing demand and developing new supply sources. Stage 1 and stage 2 will lay the foundation for developing and selecting alternatives in stage 3 and stage 4 of this project. We look forward to bringing you further updates on this strategy as the project progresses. Thank you for the opportunity to share this update. I'm happy to open the floor for questions.
Thank you for your presentation and welcome to the region.
Thank you.
I have a couple of speakers. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering if this could potentially lead to a creation and policy that would dictate the types of businesses we'd be welcoming into the community based off of water use, as we're looking for conservation and not necessarily, as discussed, not looking into new sources of water. So I was just curious on the outcomes of that.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Salonen, certainly through the master plan process, what we want to do is really look at conservation first. I've seen it work really, really well in other municipalities, and I know we do have a robust program here, but I think just in speaking to my colleagues in other area municipalities, there's an opportunity for stronger links between the region and the lower tier municipalities in terms of education and outreach and programs around not only residential water efficiency and conservation, but also industrial water efficiency and conservation. Also through the master plan process, we can identify policies that council will need to approve if it's required. At this point, with respect to large water users and businesses, we have no issues at this point, but we need to go through this strategy and process to understand what the water demands are going to be for the future, and we're going to be following the regional official plan with respect to that. So stay tuned. We may have some policy work that we're going to be asking council to do, or we may not, because we may get a lot of traction on reuse, conservation, water efficiency, and all of that kind of stuff. So it's really exciting move forward for us in doing this strategy for the whole region.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through to Ms. Rose. Yeah, conservation for sure. I was hoping there would be a way that we could find a way of using brown water to water our grass rather than using fresh water, or a way of, I know there's some systems where, you know how you run your water to get hot water, and that's good water we're flushing down the drain. How can we reincorporate that back in the system? And the region years ago started with the toilets that, and if there's more programs we can do, like the toilets where there's less water usage and different things, if we could look at that and make them either available to the public, or work on developers and saying, put this in the homes. This has to be in the homes. Waterloo Region has this program where we want to use brown water for watering our lawns rather than fresh, and ways that, so we can get them built right into the home structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Brown. Uh-oh.
Jennifer, I do have a quick question, and that is with regards to Bill 23 and the impact that that may have on this strategy, if that's been factored in.
Yeah, to the chair, if I could defer to my colleague, Commissioner Dyer, on the effects of Bill 23 on any of the master planning processes that we have in place. He's probably better suited to answer that question.
So through the chair, staff are continuing to review the longer-term impacts of Bill 23. Our intent, so we have a 2, maybe even a 3-step process. Our next steps with respect to development charges will be to report back to council with respect to the adequacy of our current development charge rates and our plans with respect to a new bylaw and background study. We're working through a number of different options there. And then we'll be turning our attention to a more comprehensive review of Bill 23 either in advance or as part of the submission of the, I'm sorry to say it, the preliminary 2024 budget later this year. Part of our challenge, among the challenges, is that we're still awaiting for certain clauses of Bill 23 to be proclaimed, and we are still waiting for the ministry to file regulations to provide some clarity around certain items, specifically with respect to the eligibility of land, the development charge eligibility for land. So waiting for some more information, some analysis is underway, and certainly more to come. I think we'll look to incorporate those impacts as part of the financial analysis of the various master plans that will be coming forward over the course of the next 18 to 24 months.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thank you through you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It was really useful and about obviously a really important topic, so thank you. I'm just wondering if it's possible to quantify, and I know we do some lower tier municipalities have some responsibility as well as the region. How much water leakage is there, partly as a result of the infrastructure upgrades that we're behind on, and probably at every municipality, but how much is that contributing to the problem?
So through the chair to Councillor McCabe, I don't have, it's called ILI, which is the Infrastructure Leak Index. And that's, if it's at 3 or below, it's considered good. And I'm not sure what the area municipality's ILI is. I don't know that. I haven't asked that question. However, it has a significant impact on water supply because the water is not being used for consumption. It's actually just leaking out of the pipes. So it can cause water main breaks. It can cause voids under the road where I'm sure you've seen pictures of cars kind of in a hole in a road. The other thing is we don't bill for it, so it's lost revenue. Any leaks in the system is unbilled water. So there is a significant impact. We are, as Director McNeil said, working with the area municipalities. They've asked to be participating in this, so hopefully we can provide some guidance in terms of expectations or collaboration for fixing leaks in the water distribution system.
Okay, any further questions from council? Okay, seeing none, there is a motion on the floor, so I do need a mover and a seconder. All right, Councillor McCabe moved, need a seconder. Councillor Wolf, seconded. Okay, so the motion that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo endorse the guiding principles within the water supply strategy as summarized in report EES. That works. I'm in favor. Okay, that motion is carried. Take a minute here. I'm going to switch seats. I'm going to step out of the chair.
Just for everybody's information, before I get started, I've had a lot of experience with unruly councils. So just warning you now. I'm going to ask Rod if he would talk about or introduce the report, please, that we're dealing with. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair Craig, we have a report here which allocates or provides an assessment of grant applications under the Entrepreneurial Initiatives Grant. Our Director of Economic Development, Matthew Chandy, has been facilitating this process. Council, in its 2023 budget, established a budget of $76,000 for this program. And we opened up the program for applications. We received 7 applications, 5 eligible under the criteria of the program. Those applications were identified here in the table on page 3 of the report. So essentially, what we have is a number of eligible and meritorious applications by organizations that are providing services in the that align really well with the program that we've got. We do not have, I think, Matthew, if you can clarify this for me, I think we had $138,000 worth of eligible applications. Our funding envelope is $76,000, and we've provided a proposed allocation based on that budget amount. So we're in council's hands with regard to the allocations to each organization.
All right, for comments, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor Redmond. I'm sorry, Chair Redmond.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Craig. I really appreciate how much work staff put into this, and appreciate the fact that they're looking for direction. And given that they have vetted as they have these applications, I'm going to suggest that we direct them to provide the budget for junior achievement that is they are recommending that Leadership Waterloo Region actually get the $40,000 they have asked for, and that the Caribbean Canadian Association, which is the other group that didn't get what they asked for, to get the $50,000. And I recognize that that is an overage from the envelope that was there. So I guess I'd look to staff to say where we would find the additional money to make that happen. And I would move that if it's appropriate at this point in time, unless other people want to speak to it.
All right, you have a seconder for that? Go ahead. Okay, we have a seconder. Comments?
What do you need? I'll second. You moved it right now.
I also.
Yeah, it's over here. My
I also
apologies.
did.
Any comments, folks? All right, we'll call the question then. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to find the right agenda. I don't know what number we're on right now.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, my apologies. It's Councillor Erb, you're next, okay? My apologies.
Yeah. No need to apologize. I was simply going to make the same motion that Chair Redmond made.
Okay. Councillor Deutschman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Craig. Did we confirm where the funds are coming from? Wouldn't that be part of this motion?
Through you, Councillor Craig, we are, the report identifies that that if there is a recommendation to move forward with $138,000, that the difference would be treated as a variance in the 2023 budget and reflected as such in the region's overall financial position. But Mr. Dyer may want to comment further.
Through the chair, nothing further to add other than what's in the report.
All right, I have no more speakers at this point. Call the question. That'll be on eScribe.
Mr. Chair, in case I missed it on eScribe, I support the motion.
We're getting there. Hold on.
Okay.
Take your time. Take your time. Okay, I'll read the motion out just so you understand where we're heading here. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approved the awarding of the 2023 Economic Development Grant Entrepreneurial Initiatives Funds to the 5 eligible applicants based on the staff recommendations in the amount of $76,000 within the established program budget and $40,000 for Leadership Waterloo Region and $50,000 for the Caribbean Canadian Association as outlined in the report dated April 4th, 2023. Any further comments before we go ahead? Okay, I don't have any. So that's not right. It's my first time in the chair. Come on, folks, help me out.
Sorry, just through the chair for clarification. I know there's the 2 organizations pointed out specifically there, but it does. Committee is voting on all 5 of the eligible applicant organizations. I just wanted to confirm that's the case. So for the total of $138,000. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm that.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification. I voted earlier on something. Did we not vote on something just before you read all that
No,
out?
you had a special vote, Councillor Deutschman. Don't worry about it.
I'm getting ready to challenge the chair, I think.
It wouldn't be the first time for me.
Rob, the motion only has the 3 grants in it, but actually we're passing all 5 grants, so we have to
Okay.
revise
Writing it
the
up
motion.
now, folks.
It's
Just calm
the
down.
amount.
All right, thank you.
Is that it? All right. Okay. Try again. The Regional Municipality of Waterloo approved the full grant funding request from the 5 eligible applicants under 2023 Economic Development Grant. Entrepreneurial initiatives, funds in the amount of $138,000 as outlined in report dated April 2023. Okay? We would be voting now. Councillor Deutschman, you can vote now. Yeah, it's carried, folks, okay? Councillor James?
Okay, so we are at the item 9, information correspondence, council committee tracking list. Any questions regarding that? I have a question for clerk. So for the council committee tracking list, and this is a direction to Mathieu, is it possible to get a tracking list of the roads that are going to be under repair, the regional roads, from winter and all of the things, just because there's a significant amount of road repair needed? It would be good to have a list of the roads that will be getting done throughout the regional roads. Okay. Next is 9.2. Oh, Chair Redmond, sorry.
Sorry, I don't know if we cruised past questions, but can I just request of staff that when we have the day when we're going to revisit phase 2 of the ION, that there also be some detailed information that's brought forward about our government relations and the lobbying that has gone on and continues to go on, just so that we're all aware of the kind of initiatives that we are undertaking to make sure that we do secure funding.
Okay. Item 9.2 is a written submission, Arthur Street, for information. Other business. Any councillors with other business? I do have other business, just to refer staff to look into the hill at Victoria Street and Weber, where the GO Transit station is. There needs to be a pedestrian access, something that assists with pedestrians. And I've spoken about this a little bit, but just look into the feasibility of having some sort of pedestrian access around along that GO station leading up to, or the ramp leading up to the station. Okay, next meeting is May 9th, and we need a motion to go into close. So Councillor Foxton, Councillor Wolf, you'll get the vote. That's carried. We will go into, we need a motion to adjourn. So I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor McCabe. Second, Councillor Chair Redmond, thank you. Okay, so we'll start the vote for a motion to adjourn the Planning and Works meeting.